That Brewer offense was at its best on Sunday as we welcome you to Miller Park on this Monday night. A great night for tailgating. The Giants and the Brewers open up a 3-game series, and the starting pitchers tonight are facing each other for the second time in nearly 2 weeks. Madison Bumgarner battles Randy Wolf as two southpaws match up here at Miller Park. Cory Hart has made a significant difference since taking over as the leadoff hitter on Friday. A .467 clip, 3 straight multi-hit games, and now he's in another new spot. He'll be the new Brewer first baseman tonight. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. Jerry Augustine and Craig Kushan with you here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And Milwaukee, a wrecking crew at the plate yesterday. A lot of big heroes in the game, Jerry, and they needed that breakout game. 16 runs scored, 17 hits along the way.
Well, you really like the patience they had yesterday. You know what they did? They went up there, they got good patience up there, and didn't try to do too much. Use the whole field, hit the ball over the ballpark. But the best thing, getting good hitters counts, take what you can get, and use it to the best of your ability, and that's exactly what the Brewers did yesterday.
Luke with 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Ryan Braun with 4 RBIs, and the hits just kept on coming. They needed the breakout game, and they got it on Sunday. There was a chance at the top of the lineup involving Cory Hart, and yet another one today in the field. BA and Rock tell us who's on first when we come back on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, because when friends come together, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Toyota. When you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T. Rethink possible. And we welcome you back from Miller Park, and there is Cory Hart. He is in the headlines here today. Cory Hart starting at first base tonight for the first time since 2006. He's been very productive in the leadoff spot in the batting order, and another position change here tonight. Hi, everybody. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Brian Anderson. Great to have you with us tonight. The Brewers open up a series with the San Francisco Giants. It's a 3-game series after finally unloading offensively yesterday. And focus is on Cory Hart tonight, Rock, no doubt about it, because Cory has made the position change to the top of the batting order, and tonight he's going to make a position change on the field.
Yeah, leadoff hitter was a familiar change for Cory Hart. He's done it before, and he's done very well. Cory in his 3 games has led off the Brewers games with hits in each of his first 3 games. The Brewers have scored runs in 2 of those games. So Cory Hart, a leadoff hitter, that's not a big deal. The big news is moving to first base, and I think that Ron Rennick a little bit slow in moving him over there because he didn't want to disrupt his rhythm offensively. A lot of times when a guy makes a position shift like this, he'll be in that dugout as opposed to thinking about offense. He'll be out there thinking about not making mistakes defensively, and I think that's why Rennick was slow in making that move. We'll see how it works out tonight.
Well, it'll be his 3rd career start. Now, Cory Hart came up in the minor leagues as a first baseman. He says he feels comfortable there. We'll see if the top of the order can stay hot. That's a very important aspect in front of Ryan Braun. Game 1, Brewers-Giants, coming up next on Fox Sports Wisconsin. On his way to the Miller Park mound, leading the Brewers out. Just 3 runs of support while in the game. The Brewers would like to provide him with a little more offense tonight as Wolf looks for the turnaround this evening. It's the first game of the series, the Brewers and the San Francisco Giants. After the Brewers took care of the Minnesota Twins to salvage the final game, there's Bruce Bochy, terrific skipper of the Giants, world champion manager of the San Francisco Giants. As a matter of fact, Melky Cabrera has been his best hitter. Pablo Sandoval still on the disabled list. That is a big loss for the Giants. Piggly Wiggly batting order for Bruce Bochy. Gregor Blanco leads off. Brandon Crawford, then Melky Cabrera. In the middle of the order, it's Buster Posey, Brett Pill, and Joaquin Arias, with Nate Shearholz, Charlie Culberson, and Madison Bumgarner. And the 2 lefties will match up. Bumgarner against Randy Wolf. Rock.
Yeah, Randy making start number 9 so far this year. His first 2 starts in the month of May, pretty good. One against these Giants and then against the Cubs, but he got roughed up a little bit his last time out at Houston. 4 innings and 6 earned runs. He's 9-7 career against the Giants.
Well, these two match up in San Francisco, and Wolf was off to a pretty good start in that game. Overall numbers don't show it, giving up 4 earned runs. His first pitch is down and away we go from Miller Park. Randy Wolf trying to change it up a little bit. He's got the pant legs up to the knees, going old school. Sometimes that works.
Can't hurt. Guys are superstitious. Why not? Try anything.
Gregor Blanco leading off for San Francisco. There's a strike. Blanco, the former Brave, he's had a nice season for the Giants. Hitting .276, has a homer and 8 runs batted in, but is hitless against Milwaukee this year. Giants are trying to bounce back from injury as well. A couple of their key players are out. Their starting second baseman Ryan Theriot still on the disabled list. There is talk that Theriot will return this week. He's been on the DL with an elbow injury. He might return Thursday. And of course Pablo Sandoval with wrist surgery is on the DL. And Rocky's really the focal point of the Giants offense, and it's a team that is lacking a little offense. And Sandoval is a huge gap out of that lineup right now for Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, no kidding. He was red hot when he got hurt. The switch hitter.
Blanco in the left field. Braun makes a play, and that's how the night begins for Randy Wolf. Check the Brewers defense. You've seen Braun. Carlos Gomez is back out there, his second consecutive game. Nori Aoki in right, and then the infield is Aramis Ramirez, Cesar Izturis, Ricky Weeks, and Cory Hart at first base. George Kataris doing the catching. Large Brewers defense.
Nice big target over there for that Brewers infield. Cory comfortable in just about every spot that he is. A leadoff hitter over at first base tonight. It's been a while for Cory at first base. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, Hart was a terrific defensive first baseman when he was coming up through the minor leagues. But the Brewers made a pretty big draft choice. A guy by the name of Prince Fielder, and that sent every first baseman in the organization somewhere else. And Cory Hart ended up in the outfield. He actually played a little third base as well in the minor leagues. Here's Brandon Crawford, the Giants shortstop. Crawford hitting .234, has a homer and 11 runs batted in. Hit his first major league home run right here at Miller Park. This is a place that he has some very good memories of. It was a grand slam home run. And Wolf walks him on 4 straight. Well, let's hear from Cory Hart. We asked him about playing first base tonight. Here's what he had to say.
Practice, I'm comfortable the whole time because there's no stress. So, I mean, I think it'll be the more I'm out there, the better I'll feel. But it'll be a little nerve-wracking at first until I get involved in a few plays. But that's kind of normal. So hopefully I get involved in a lot of plays so it gets there quick.
Athletically, I think Cory Hart's going to be just fine. I mean, he's got good hands. He's going to be able to field the ground balls. It's all the little subtleties of first base that are going to be in his head throughout the day today. And sometimes when a guy makes a radical position switch, like going from the outfield to the infield, you spend a lot of time thinking about that between at bats. And I think that's the reason that Ron Renick, as we talked about on our open tonight, was hesitant to move him because he's been swinging the bat so well.
Well, Randy Wolf coming inside on Melky Cabrera. Here is the Giants' best hitter right now, Cabrera, hitting .353. As Wolf moves his feet a little bit.
Yeah, talking about moving his feet, that's the definition of it. Melky Cabrera tied for the major league lead in hits right now with Derek Jeter. How about Jeter? 59 hits.
Yeah, 59 hits and a couple of Yankees in there. Cabrera, a former Yankee, went to Atlanta. Things didn't go so well. Ended up in Kansas City. And now with the Giants, he lost some weight and in the best shape of his career, he says. And he's playing like an all-star this year, Melky Cabrera. Giants could not be happier with his play so far this year. Not just his play at the plate, the way he has gone defensively as well. As Cabrera takes a change up low, and back-to-back walks for Randy Wolf. 2 men are on to start for the Giants with 1 away.
Yeah, walks really haven't been much of an issue for Randy so far this year. He walked 3 his last time out against the Astros. Gave up 7 hits in 4 innings. It's all about rhythm and that release point for Wolfie. Kind of wears his emotions on his sleeve from time to time. You can see he's a bit frustrated with himself.
So 2 on with 1 away as Cabrera draws a walk, and here is Buster Posey, and he takes a strike. Posey back behind the plate tonight. He's been playing a little first base as well. Involved in that very rough collision last year that knocked him out for most of the season. It was about this time a season ago, as a matter of fact. Posey had a long isolated rehab trying to repair that ankle, but has come back, and he's swung the bat well. His on-base percentage is near .360.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Moving around well behind home plate. He's hitting around .300. It's hard to do, to miss about the entire season and come back and be around that .300 mark. That's the kind of talent that Buster Posey has.
4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Randy Wolf could use a ground ball here. And Posey launches one deep left, and that is way gone. 3-run home run for Buster Posey.
Well, Randy having a tough time getting ahead in the count. He got ahead of Posey quickly, 0-1. And just really couldn't drop a curveball for a strike the next pitch. 88 right on the inside corner. Good pitch. Then he tried to drop that curveball a little bit outside and got behind 2-1, and then had to come into Posey on a fastball, and he launched it to left.
Not a good start tonight for Randy Wolf, and a guy who is searching for some confidence and some success on the mound. He is really going to have to dig deep here tonight. Down 3-0 early. Back-to-back walks and a 3-run homer. And now it's Brett Pill. And a no-doubter from Posey. He was able to enjoy this one all the way into the bleachers.
2-1 fastball, middle in, and a rope.
Noticeably absent from the Giants lineup tonight is Angel Pagan. He's on the active roster, but he fell ill and is not available this evening for Bruce Bochy. They're hoping to get Pagan back tomorrow. So this, by all means, is a makeshift lineup for Bruce Bochy. Posey has given him a jolt here in the first as Pill pops it up. Cory Hart's first chance. And he looks like a pro over there. 2 outs.
Able to catch the pop up. Well done, Cory.
That's something. He's got that one out of the way. His first put out of the ball game. I guess that's the thing about first base. You're going to get a lot of opportunities. You know, the first baseman's involved in a lot of plays. There's Joaquin Arias, Giants third baseman. 2 outs in the inning. Arias is a shortstop by trade. Played a little second base. Comfortable in the middle infield positions, but Giants have had to force him over to third base in the absence of Sandoval. That one is a fair ball just inside the line. Aoki into the cutoff man, and Arias on his way to third. The throw is late. That's a triple for Joaquin Arias. Second triple of the year. On a very close call out there down the right field line.
He goes right with it on the pitch up and away, and Arias able to get that one just inside that right field line, and it looked as though that ball stayed in play. Randy Wolf saying it went out of play. Up off of that wall, and that's not a ground rule double off that wall.
It is above the padding, but It's got to go out into the seats or over the fence.
Man, it's got to go up in here, and if it goes off of this right here, it's in play.
So it is a triple, and you see where the ball bounced for Arias.
Now, if the ball bounced over the fence there, it would have been a double.
Nate Shearholtz at the plate for San Francisco. Never a good sign when the 7th hitter in the lineup is up in the first inning. Shearholtz getting a first inning at bat. 2 walks, 2 hits in the inning. And there's a good hook from Wolf. Ball and 2 strikes on Shearholtz. Broken bat. Wolf will make the play to first to end the inning. But Buster Posey announces his presence in Milwaukee. A 3-run bomb. Giants up early. A 3-run homer by Buster Posey. Renicky in his 2nd season, and a very challenging season it has been as the Brewers come in with a record of 17-24. Here's the Piggly Wiggly batting order with Hart, Aoki, and Braun at the top. Renicky has Ramirez back in there tonight. Gomez batting 5th, and then Ricky Weeks in the 6th hole. Kataris, Turris, and Wolf rounded out. And that batting order will face left-hander Madison Bumgarner, who comes into play rock with a record of 5-3 and a 3.10 ERA, but he's been leaking a little oil as of late.
Yeah, that's right. He's 0-2 with a 5.40 ERA in his last 2 starts against the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals. He started out 5-1, including a win against the Brewers in San Francisco on the 5th of May.
22-year-old left-hander from Hudson, North Carolina. He was in the big leagues briefly at 19. That was back in 09. And has been basically a full-time big leaguer since 2010 when he was 20 years of age. And he can be tough. He is trending towards one of the top left-handers in all of baseball. You figure as he gets more experience. Dave Righetti, his pitching coach, loves his stuff and his poise on the mound. His Hart lifts one high in the air to center. And Gregor Blanco will make the catch. Cory Hart is retired. Check the rest of the Giants defense, brought to you by Menards. Cabrera and Shearholtz flank Blanco in the outfield. Arias, Crawford, Charlie Culberson, and Brett Pill around the horn. There are many household names in that infield with Buster Posey, all-star catcher, behind the plate for Bumgarner. And there is Brett Pill.
And the Giants have been dreadful defensively, committing the most errors in all of baseball.
Aoki drops a bunt down. It's a good one. Arias' throw. It is in time for the out. Terrific play by Joaquin Arias.
Well, I didn't think they had a chance to get Aoki at first. A dandy over there at third base. Arias barehanded, throwing a strike over to first base to get him by half a step. Good arm.
See if Pill pulled off. No, he stayed right on. A good call over there by the first base umpire, Tim Timmons. Good bunt. That's a base hit on most third basemen. I told you Arias is a converted shortstop, and he showed off a shortstop's arm right there.
Yeah, quick, strong, and accurate. That's what a shortstop's arm has to be.
Like he's been there his whole life. The spot vacated by Pablo Sandoval. Ryan Braun with 2 away.
Check out the way he spreads those fingers out. You see how well spread out all those fingers are to be able to grab that baseball, and then having to get a good grip on it right away, get it on the seams, and make a good throw. You spread those fingers out like a web. You get a couple of those fingers on the baseball, you're going to be able to get it.
And I've heard infielders talk about, picking up the bare hand. Like Jeff Cirillo points this out. If you stay relaxed with your hand as you spread, the ball will close your hand up.
Right.
The impact of the baseball. He's clutching his right hand, Arias, as Braun swings and misses. And a tidy first inning for Madison Bumgarner. Brewers go in order on 7 pitches. Jonathan Lucroy not in the starting lineup today. He'll join us on a headset in the dugout when we continue. First inning homer has the Giants on top 3-0 as we head to the second inning. Randy Wolf back on the mound. Joining us in the Brewers dugout is Jonathan Lucroy after his record-setting day yesterday. Congratulations on 7 RBIs. I'm sure you're ready to move on, though.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every day's a new day, guys, and baseball's a day-to-day thing. So we gotta kind of forget about yesterday and move into the next day. What have you done for me lately is the key term there, guys.
There's a lot of discussion about you today as that one goes off the glove of Ramirez. And Culberson is going to reach. A lot of discussion about your spectacular day offensively. Your first career Grand Slam home run, driving in 7 runs. We're looking at some of the highlights here, Jonathan. When you get in a zone like that, how does it feel not being in the lineup the next day? I mean, are you anxious to get back in there, or did you figure with Randy Wolf on the mound this was your day off?
I knew it would be my day off. I mean, it's a built-in off day every 5 days for me. And honestly, I'm glad to get a little day off. I mean, those 4 days are pretty tough as far as scheduling wise. We had some early games and some late games and extra inning game in there. I mean, I was pretty tired, so it's good to get a day off and hopefully you know, I'm sure I'll probably be in there later today and help the team win a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Luke, the approach that you've had has been outstanding so far this year. I mean, you and Johnny Naron really seem to hit it off right away in spring training. Talk about your relationship with Johnny, the new hitting coach.
Well, you know, he called me over the offseason, and I told him, you know, some of my concerns I had going into this year, you know, stemming from last year. You know, I don't think I said things like, you know, I don't think I'm on time. You know, I don't think my hands are back, you know, on the release point on the pitcher, you know, stuff like that. So, you know, we worked on it. We got me on time. We got my technique correct with my hands, and that's just really. And once that was corrected, you know, I kind of had to just adjust my approach to what I wanted to be, and then there you go. So that's what I've just been trying to do, is just stay back at the ball hard, the middle somewhere, and just have good ABs. That's basically it.
You know, you've hit in 6 different spots in the batting order. I mean, it doesn't seem to bother you which spot you are in the order. Your approach stays pretty much the same. I mean, a lot of guys can't say that. I mean, do you prefer one or the other, or it doesn't matter to you? You know, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just glad to be in the lineup, to be honest with you. Glad to be healthy and be in the lineup. So anywhere they put me, I'm happy. I'm not a sensitive guy. I really don't care. I don't get all upset or anything, depending on if I'm not playing or not, or I'm not in the position I want to be. I'm just glad to be in the lineup. But it's I treat every wherever I'm hitting, I treat the same way, my same approach. So nothing changes.
Jonathan, you signed a 5-year contract this spring, and well deserved. And I think the Brewers put a lot of confidence in you. And I'm wondering, when you get a contract like that, some players feel the burden of that. Some players are freed up by that. Where obviously you're having a great year, but where did you stand once you were able to sign the 5-year deal? What did that mean for you and your family and your abilities on the field?
You know, I've talked about this with my wife, you know, a lot, and my family, my parents and stuff, you know, and I could have probably held out, and if I wanted to, and if I would have, you know, had a little better stats this year, I probably could have got a little more. But, you know, honestly, I'd rather play secure than scared. And, you know, with all the injuries that are happening nowadays with guys, catchers' knees and getting run over, and, you know, there's been a lot of injuries lately on catchers just getting hit. And I feel like I made the correct decision, you know, because if something happens, and it could any time, you know, any kind of freak accident at home, you know, running the bases or whatever, you know, you just never know. In the rock, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you just never know, man. So I'd rather play secure than scared. I don't want to play for a contract because I feel like I might put more pressure on myself. So I thought it was the intelligent thing to do as far as you know, what decision was made.
I want to switch gears just a little bit. One more question for you, but I know how nice it is to be able to catch a guy that is throwing a baseball like Zach Greinke. Talk about what Zach has been doing so far this year and how much fun it is for you to catch him every 5 days.
It's a lot of fun, man. I mean, you got a guy out there throwing 95 that can locate, you know, 4 pitches anywhere he wants. I mean, it's pretty fun thing to do, you know, pretty fun thing to be a part of. So he can really locate it, man. He can really locate that fastball and curveball and that slider, and he has a little changeup mixes in there. I mean, the guy attacks. He's not scared. He gets ahead of people and puts them away with power stuff, you know. And for me, it's just he's just so efficient, you know. You can't really. It's hard to find that guys that are efficient with their pitches, and so it's a lot of fun to catch, a lot of fun to be a part of, and it's a lot of fun to see in general, you know. And I'm almost a fan during the game whenever I'm catching them. It's a lot of fun.
How about Randy Wolf, real quick, Jonathan, on the way out? What you're seeing from him? What makes you know that he can get things turned around? Is there a specific pitch or something you see in location?
Well, I think a good pitch in general for any type of kind of a pitcher that's having a lot of trouble is obviously locating the fastball. I mean, if you can locate your fastball down away to either side of the plate, I mean, that I tell you what, as a hitter, that's a hard pitch to hit and hit it hard somewhere. And very like that right there. There you go. You know, it's a hard pitch to hit. And you know, I think if you can just get ahead with that, get your fastball down away, located, you can put people away with extra stuff. So it's a lot of fun, and hopefully we can get this thing moving forward here, and we can get some runs.
All right, Jonathan. Hey, thanks a lot for your time. Great day yesterday. We look forward to watching you the rest of the season. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jonathan Lucroy, Brewers catcher. Probably see him a little later today. Interesting play here, Raga. Ricky Weeks, I think he thought there were 2 outs. He thought the inning was over. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to double up Crawford anyway, but didn't look great as he comes across second base thinking that's the last out of the inning.
Yeah, well, you always have to know how many outs there are. Even big leaguers forget sometimes, but that's no excuse.
That makes it 1st and 3rd, and that means Melky Cabrera is going to hit with men on.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been able to turn a double play, but certainly, you know, if they tried it, it would have certainly given them an opportunity. That's for sure.
Infield hit and a walk, and now a fielder's choice. And our thanks to Jonathan Lucroy, offering up his insights during the ball game. I think the Brewers made the right move. He is a guy who has responded well. There's a bouncer, fair territory, long throw in time, and Randy Wolf puts up a 0 in the 2nd. 3-0 Giants. Brewers coming up for the 2nd time. First game of this 3-game series that'll run through Wednesday afternoon. Madison Bumgarner back on the mound. It'll be Aramis Ramirez to lead off. A 7-pitch first inning for Bumgarner. The tie of the side in order with a strikeout. It'll be Ramirez, Gomez, and Weeks. First 3 up here in the 2nd inning.
And that's the thing about Bumgarner that the Giants like so much. He does attack the strike zone. He's only walked 11 so far this year in 8 starts. 11 walks, 30 strikeouts. Not big strikeout totals, but he does a good job keeping the ball on the ground. He pitches in a very tough ballpark to hit home runs. Very aggressive in his approach.
Hitters will tell you that he hides the ball well. He has that long, deliberate backswing, if you want to call it, and actually shows you the baseball behind his back. Your eye picks up that ball there, and then you see it again. Sometimes it's tough to pick up.
You just can't try and follow the baseball as it comes around his arm. You got to pick up a spot where you know the ball is going to be coming from. You pick up a spot right, beyond somewhere on the batter's eye. You look at that and you wait for the ball to get there. If you try and follow that ball all the way around, you're going to get cross-eyed.
Remember, Ted Williams said he'd always zero in on the logo on the cap of the pitcher. It's always fascinating to hear some of the great hitters talk about what they look at. And I think Robin Yount was on our air a couple of years ago talking about just blurring your vision in that space behind the release point. The thing about Bumgarner, his release point is pretty unusual, right, compared to most left-handers.
He's got that that high 3/4 delivery, and he kind of shows you the baseball as he releases. He doesn't really hide it behind his back or behind his head as he gets rid of it, but as tough as he is against lefties, right-handers have a tough time with him too. I mean, the splits are Very unusual for a left-hander. Both righties and lefties, both of them have a tough time with him.
He has Ramirez down, a ball and 2 strikes. And that one's lifted into center field. Routine for Gregor Blanco. There is the first out. 4 in a row retired by Madison Bumgarner. Now the Brewers pulled out their hitting shoes yesterday. A 16-4 victory over the Minnesota Twins. 16 runs for Milwaukee and a much needed jolt for the Brewers offensively yesterday. But a very tough pitcher to deal with here today. Here's Carlos Gomez back from the DL. Second day back from that hamstring injury. And hitting in the 5-hole tonight.
He came in the game yesterday, got a base hit, so it didn't take long for Carlos to get back into the swing of things.
Gomez was injured against the Giants, just running out a routine fly ball, sprinting around the bases as he always does. But he strained his hammy. Little flare, falling fast. That's down for a base hit. And Gomez being very cautious with that repaired hamstring this time around. It's a single and the first base hit for Milwaukee.
And Bumgarner trying to come inside, and as we've seen from Carlos, you can't throw it too far inside for him to offer at it. He gets eaten up inside, but he's strong enough to muscle it out there into short left field.
Now the book on Gomez with his hamstring injury probably could have made it back within a week, but there is no 7-day disabled list for those kind of injuries. There is a 7-day DL for concussions, but it's either play a man short for a week or put Gomez on the DL and probably gets an extra week to heal, which is the way the Brewers went. So he feels very good about his hamstring. He was able to go to Appleton, play for the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers, did everything he wanted to do. He was able to run, able to score from second base, pick up the extra base.
They bought dinner for the whole team 2 nights in a row. That's what the big leaguers are supposed to do when they go down on rehab. Carlos had a good time down there, he said. He enjoyed hanging out with the guys and talking about the big leagues.
Well, you know, he took a lot of questions. Weeks takes one inside. You remember during your playing days a big leaguer coming down on a rehab that you connected to?
I had some, you know, back in the old days. I know when I went down to a rehab in AAA. Brewers affiliate was in Denver.
Did you buy dinner, Rock?
No.
Attaboy. There's a strike on the corner.
We had all night games.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no spread provided by the major leaguer Bill Schroeder because of the late start tonight.
Not true. I did all those things.
Of course you did.
Not every night.
It's just like us with the TV crew. No different. Rock puts on a fine spread.
We get good food in here every night.
Now Weeks day off yesterday. Back in the lineup tonight. Down in the count 1-2, and he pulls that one on a ground cut off by Arias. High throw. Safe is the call. Everybody's safe.
Good throw, and Gomez is going to be an easy out at second base. Let's see how they score it. It might be a fielder's choice and an E3, E5 on a bad flip over to second base. They were going to turn 2, but that should have been an out at second. Gomez coming in there to break up a double play and not trying to be safe at second. A bit of a leg whip. He got away with it.
Well, Charlie Culberson fortunate to get out of that without an injury. That will go as a fielder's choice, and an error on the third baseman Arias. And the Giants now with 43 errors, the most in the major leagues. This This is a team that has hung their hat on superb defense.
Yeah, pitching and defense over the years, but there have been so many moving parts in this infield that it's been tough for the Giants to find any consistency. They have been kicking it around all year, but they still are one game over 500.
Offered with a quick trip to the mound with Bumgarner. So 2 on with 1 away. George Kottaras, 3 homers, 9 runs batted in. Getting a tough draw tonight against a tough left-hander. Ron Renicky was toying with the notion that against some tough lefties he would use Lucroy. Did it in the spring. I think because Randy Wolf is struggling so, he felt better about Kottaras catching Randy Wolf as opposed to Lucroy in the lineup. And as Jonathan Lucroy just mentioned to us in the dugout interview, you know, he's caught 4 in a row and said like he was ready for a day off.
Yeah, long games the Brewers have been playing lately. I think that's a good thing. I mean, if you're going to have that catching situation with a certain pitcher, I think everybody benefits. George knows when he's going to play. Lucroy can count on a day off. But sometimes it makes it tough when you draw a guy like Bumgarner. You remember last year when Randy Wolf locked horns with John Lester with the Red Sox. Kottaras got a start against a tough lefty and hit a home run.
Players are, you know, into the rhythm of the season. Renicky's very clear with him. Runners go. Kottaras draws a walk. Good at bat. So a bonus from the left-handed hitter against the left-handed pitcher.
Hey, for Monday home games, fans can purchase Terrace Reserve seats for just $8. That's courtesy of Miller High Life. Visit Brewers.com/highlight. Offer excludes marquee games.
Bases loaded for the Brew Crew. And it'll be Cesar Izturis. Switch hitting shortstop for Milwaukee. Done a nice job defensively filling in for the injured Alex Gonzalez. Saw Alex Gonzalez today in the clubhouse. He and Matt Gamble were in the Brewers clubhouse. Gonzalez had his surgery last week. Gamble will have his knee surgery tomorrow. And a bouncer to short. Crawford to Culberson, and the Giants turn 2 and the Brewers come up empty in the second inning as Izturis bounces into a 6-4-3 double play. And that'll do it for the side. 3-0 Giants as Bumgarner gets out of a mess. You know, I know things aren't going the way you want them to on the field. As you look forward, though, what are some things that are on your mind moving forward with the ball club, Doug?
Well, we just have to get playing consistent baseball, which we're not doing right now. You try to identify what some of the issues are, and each night it's something different. You know, you could be your not starting pitching's not well, and you go out and you score some runs, and so it's been a combination of a number of things. You know, yesterday we go out and score 16, and who knows what we're going to do tonight. So we're in one of those ruts right now, and you just got to grind it out as much as you can. There's not a lot of things you can do personnel-wise, though we keep looking. It's just so happened those injuries that took place just happened so early in the season that it's hard to get other teams energized to make any kind of move that might be able to help you. If they happen later on, you might have more of an opportunity.
You know, Cory Hart, the big move to leadoff spot, that seems to be working pretty well. The top of the order all of a sudden really showing some signs of life. And now Cory at first base. Your thoughts about Cory at first?
Yeah, you know, it's been a while since he's played there, and he should be okay there. There's obviously going to be some plays that he hasn't been familiar with in a long time. You know, when you get into with runners on base and, you know, thrown to pitchers covering first base, but, you know, he feels comfortable there. He wouldn't be there at this point.
Well, we have a question from Ted in Hudson, our carsoup.com email the booth question. And since you're here, Doug, the question is, what are the strengths in this year's upcoming MLB draft? We're starting to look ahead to the draft in the first part of June. And as you see it right now, what do you think some of the areas of strengths are?
Well, Bruce Side is our scouting director, has got his scouts in here now the last few days and been meeting with them and putting the boards together and that. But understanding is it may be a little bit of a weaker crop with positional players, and a lot of good high school players out there at this time. A few college arms, but a little bit on the weaker side as far as the good college players, the Zimmermans, the Tulowitzkis, the Brauns, and that they're really don't appear to be there in this year's draft. So, you know, each year there's some drafts that are very good and deep, and there's other drafts that aren't so deep. So they're putting the board together, and in the next couple of weeks we're going to take a look at it. Now, players can come on strong, and they're playing tournaments and may perform a little better.
Play. We get Posey.
Yeah, may perform a little bit better and put them up in the draft list. But one of the things that's changed this year with the draft is the slotting, and that's the major change that's going to take place. You're not going to find where clubs can overpay a guy dramatically like you have in the past, where a player could drop down to a larger market club and they would pay him maybe twice what he really should have been paid in that particular slot. So the slotting system's in play this year, and it'll probably take a year or two to get a good feel for it.
Tell me about your picks, how many picks you'll have. Obviously winning the Central Division, moving into the NLCS, part of that is you draft a lot lower, and that's a good thing. But how many draft picks will you have in the first few rounds, or what are you looking at as a number there?
Well, we have 27, 28, and then in the 30, I forget which number it is, but right there, 38. Okay, and so we have those 3 picks, and obviously for Prince Fielder we get the 2 additional picks. The draft system hadn't been good for us in the past. There's a lot of times we didn't get the extra draft picks, and you know, this past year we thought with the picks with K-Rod that we offered him arbitration and he accepted. Otherwise we would have gotten a couple picks for him, but we're happy to have him on our ball team. And in the past we never got picks for Jeff Jenkins, for Mike Cameron, for Felipe Lopez, so it hadn't treated us very, very good in that regard.
There's another broken bat, and Brett Hill is retired.
So we have the extra picks now, and we want to try to capitalize on them.
I want to ask you one thing about all these really radical injuries that run rampant in baseball. Have you guys, general managers, been talking about that? And can you pinpoint a reason for all these injuries? I mean, there have been some catastrophic injuries this year.
Yeah, I've talked to Roger Kaplinger last week. I put a list together. I was looking through on one of the websites about all the injuries and season-ending injuries, more so. But you know, there's teams that have, I think the Padres have 10 players on the DL, and
right.
And I think Tampa Bay's got 7 or 8, and you know, it hurts the game.
And as Arias down the right field line, a foul ball this time.
It hurts the game because to miss key players and important players off your major league club. And then the other part of it is when you're trying to make a deal, other teams are so thin because everybody has to get put in a role that they're not accustomed to. And, you know, their organizations are thin, too. So you're trying to make a deal. Now your AAA team's not as strong. Right. Now your AA team's not as strong. But the AAA club is where you really do rely on for some players if you do have an injury or two. But there's no one that's really got the depth because of the number of injuries they have. And they're hard to overcome when they're regular players. You know, you might be able to overcome a relief pitcher a little bit, or a role player, you know, a bat off the bench or something. But when you become regular players early in the year, they're tough to overcome. But they're not excuses because every team has them. And every team has them, and you just have to, like I said, grind your way through it. The other thing is some players will get opportunities, and you may end up finding a player performing that you didn't think could perform at the level that he's capable of.
Sure.
Sometimes that's what you're hoping for, someone to step up and take advantage of that opportunity, similar to, you know, Casey McGee a couple of years, what he did for us.
Well, the Giants would be a great example in their World Championship season. Cody Ross and Aubrey Huff, who knew those two were going to be the stars that they were in the postseason, as Arias delivers a single on a 3-2 pitch. Well, Doug, the other part of that, how much trading, or how will trading be affected with the additional wild card team this year? Do you think it's going to delay that process?
Yeah, I think again it's going to be something that's going to be dramatically different. You know, for example, a team that has a player that might be a free agent at the end of the year, if you trade him to that team used to be able to say, well, I'm going to get a first-round draft pick for him. That no longer happens. For example, when we traded for CC Sabathia, we traded Matt Laporta and Michael Brantley, and we said, okay, they're two good players. We like them. They're high draft picks, but we'll get 2 high picks for CC. That doesn't happen anymore. You have to have the player the entire year, or you don't get draft picks. So that team's not going to give up a whole lot if they're not going to get draft picks for one of their players. So I think there's a good chance there's going to be less trading. And I think there's a little more parity in our game today. You know, we're not playing real well, but what are we, 6 games out or something like that? And we're not playing real well. And, you know, I think there's a lot more parity in the game, and you keep hoping that, you know, a good streak where you go out and win, you know, 12 out of 15 gets you right back in the race, and that can happen with a lot of teams.
Yeah, Brewers right now 5 games behind the Cardinals. The Cardinals have lost 4 in a row, so they're decimated with injuries. Berkman back on the disabled list, and you just never know. So I guess what you're saying is not only are you kind of forced to keep your players, but everybody else is as well.
Yeah, the Cardinals, I think, are 13 and 15 in their last 28 games. So, you know, it's been a streaky game for a lot of teams. I talked to 3 general managers today, and they're going through very similar to what we were. Expectations were high, and they're sitting with records under 500. But we can't look at other teams that much, except for the fact that, you know, we just have to go out and beat them when we're playing those teams. And we got a tough road trip coming up with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers.
Yeah, Diamondbacks are one of those teams you're talking about. They're 19 and 23 and 9.5 behind the Dodgers. So things could be worse here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. When some of the teams, you know, are so far back, but the extra wild card, you know, may have an effect. I think it's going to be interesting, though, that the trades in July with the new draft rules and with the wild card, I think they are going to impact. And I think in a way that there may possibly be less trades.
And I think that's a good thing. I mean, to have players that stay with your particular team and that you can build around, and familiar players that you're used to. And sometimes you look at the way, and the Brewers have benefited from making trades like that. Of course, with CC Sabathia, Jerry Hairston was a great trade last year. But the fact that more teams are in it, they're going to be able to stay closer to the race. It is going to be interesting to see how this unfolds and how it's going to unfold moving forward when next year there are 15-team leagues. You know, this year the National League still has 16 teams and 5 playoff teams, while the American League 14 teams and still 5 playoff teams. So there's even more percentage in the wild card race. Are you happy with some of the changes that were made with the new contract with the players moving forward? Do you think the game is going to offer more parity?
Yeah, I think it will. I think it gives certain markets a little better opportunity, especially with the draft, with the slotting, and that the trade value will be determined later on. But I think the other part of it is there's going to be teams that are going to say, look at the St. Louis Cardinals last year. What if they would have traded players in July instead of picking up? Right. And they went and they won. They were, you know, a game from not getting into the playoffs. You can go to the New York Giants in football. Same thing this year. The Packers the year before in the NFL. So, you know, you're always hoping, you know, that you can put that streak together. So it's you know, it's still a long season, but we have to start playing better baseball for us to get back in a good frame of mind.
Well, Doug, hope you can stay here with us, and we have some more topics to discuss as Randy Wolf strikes out Nate Shearholtz to finish the inning, and the Giants leading 3-0. Just a reminder that Sunday, NASCAR on Fox will be in Charlotte as defending champ Kevin Harvick and points leader Greg Biffle lead the world's best drivers in a chase for the checkered flag. Fox Sports is proud to bring you exclusive coverage of Sprint Cup racing with Coca-Cola 600 live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway Sunday in prime time at 4:30 p.m. Central. And Doug Melvin still joining us here and interested to catch up on what's going on in the minor league system as well. We talked about the drafts and those players that might infiltrate the minor league system, but pitching continues to be a story in your minor league system. And wondering, I know fans are wondering, is there anybody who can help the Brewers this season, you think? Are we still a year away from that?
Yeah, we're probably still a year or so away. Michael Fiers has pitched better his last few outings. Willie Peralta had pitched well, but really had a rough game his last outing. And Mark Williams named Midwest League Pitcher of the Week, and he was part of the back end of that no-hitter recently, and he's been pitching very well. Our Wisconsin team up in Appleton, I think 11 games over 500 and in first place. So, you know, our pitching, you know, you go through the draft, and we had a stretch where we had a lot of positional players. So everybody says, well, where's the pitching? So we go and draft pitching, and now everybody is saying, where's the positional players? So it goes in cycles a little bit. We do have some pitching that we can talk about, and we feel will be here.
That would hit the net on its way down.
It's just it takes time, as you know, with pitching. You have to be very patient with pitching more so. And I saw Tyler Thornburg the other day in Huntsville and Chattanooga, and he pitched very well. And you know, he's a guy that you could probably bring him up here and he could pitch in the big leagues now. Is it the best thing for him and for his development at this point? Probably not. You know, you hate to have a player. I've seen other players, young players, come up and they fail in a couple starts, then they start losing their confidence. And we'd rather have them, you know, perform well at Double-A, go to Triple-A. And when you're in Double-A, you can easily come to the big leagues today, too. So there's some good pitching in the minor leagues. Taylor Youngman, Jed Bradley still throwing well. And Jimmy Nelson has been a guy that's been highlighted by a lot of our scouts that have been in there to see him and throwing extremely well at Brevard.
Yeah, it seems like that's an organizational philosophy that you have brought into this organization, whereas you'd rather have a guy maybe a little bit too long in the minor leagues than rush him up here and lose that confidence. That's just not with the pitchers, but your position players. You remember, you know, back in 07, you had Ryan Braun start the year in the minor leagues and then brought him up. So that seems to be something the organization kind of is very steadfast with.
Yeah, I think they're just better prepared. Prince played at every level. J.J. Hardy played at every level. There wasn't anybody. I don't believe there's any shortcuts to the big leagues. There are shortcuts, but when you get there, we want to be able to have you there to stay there, not to have you there and be the yo-yo back and forth to Nashville and that. It's best that you develop. Even Ryan played at every level. He went from Helena to Charleston to Brevard to Huntsville to Nashville and to the big leagues. And I've seen that work more times than the other way, where you just bypass levels, go up there, struggle. And you have to have a certain team to be able to do that too, to be able to go to the big league. Sometimes if you're a good hitter, there's no sense bringing up a good young hitter if he doesn't have other hitters surrounding him. Then there's a lot of pressure put on him. So.
That's why it's amazing what Bryce Harper's been able to do with the Nationals, and he's in a little bit of a slump right now, but it's always about the confidence part of it and bringing up a player, a young player. And nowadays, I'm sure things have changed dramatically since you were first a general manager, but the information is out there and fans are much more educated on what's happening in the minor league system, and they know about these players and they're able to listen to their games and watch their highlights. And I mean, these folks know who Tyler Thornburg is, and
right.
We get a little public pressure as well.
Yeah, and yeah, very scrutinized in all the information that's out there, and you got the prospect list and who's the top 100 by this publication and that publication. And you know, we've had players that come through. Jonathan Lucroy was never ranked on the top 100, and he's doing a pretty good job for us. And he went through the system, and you know, weren't really any shortcuts. He went to instructional leagues and that. And I just think that there's different philosophies with different organizations. The timing of it depends on how your organization is at that particular time. The other thing, it is nice to bring players together, like we had done, and to, you know, to get us to where we are now, is to have those younger players. They get to know each other, and they've been in the club. And now Cory Hart's been here with Ricky and Ryan, They've been together now for a number of years.
And they were doing a lot of winning down in the minor leagues, and they bring that winning attitude up to the big league.
And the other part of it, I think when you're with a player, and I think this happens a lot in our game today, they're not afraid to maybe get on each other a little bit. I think that sometimes you bring players from outside an organization and a little bit guarded, and if someone makes a bonehead play or whatever, you know, you don't really go up and may jump on the guy a little bit. And I think people talk about it in the old days, players. I saw it when I was with the Yankees years ago, that, you know, Goose Gossage, Greg Nettles, Thurman Munson, they'd get on each other. Catfish Hunter, Dick Tidrow. If somebody some
good names right there.
Yeah,
that's great.
If they did something wrong, they'd get on each other. Lou Piniella, Catfish Hunter, and Lou Piniella would rag on each other from the bus trip from the hotel all the way to the ballpark and that. But today, nobody rides the bus today. But
just us,
yeah,
except the broadcasters.
Yeah, we won't tell you what we talk about.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but yeah, so we talk about it, right? But that's different today. That's the thing about coming up together as minor leaguers. I'm sure that, you know, Prince and Ricky, we've talked about it. They probably got in each other a little bit. You know, they're good friends and that. And sometimes we make a lot of changes. It just takes a little bit of time to get that comfort level, so that you feel that you can get on somebody without somebody else saying, "What are you talking about? You know, you didn't come up in this organization."
Right.
You know, there's a whole thing. There's a whole part of the ball club in that. Not our clubhouse, every clubhouse that goes through it, beyond playing on the field, when you're with each other every day as much as they are.
Yeah, how do you rag on someone in Japanese?
Yeah.
Nori Aoki, he's actually fit in very nicely. This has been a nice sign for you guys. I mean, he has come in and fit in very well. He has a great personality. And from day one, he's a guy. We saw him earlier today at the SCORE event, which we'll talk about a little later in our broadcast. He was hamming it up with all the kids and had a great time today. But
yeah,
a 2-year deal for Aoki, and it's been a nice sign. There's a strikeout, 3 consecutive strikeouts for Madison Bumgarner. Doug, thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you being here.
Yeah.
And hopefully better days are ahead.
Okay, you can let the people know about our bus trips, okay?
You'd be amazed at what the general manager wants to talk about on the bus. So thanks to Doug Melvin. And Rock, let's get into our GMC keys to the game here. So far, it's been one swing of the bat by Buster Posey.
Yeah, on a 2-1 pitch, it was a fastball up and in. Posey showing big power into the Lowe's level out there in left field. That's pretty much been it offensively for both teams. You know, Randy Wolf starting to get that curveball back, and Madison Bumgarner, after 2 somewhat shaky starts, I guess, for his standards. 0-2 with an ERA around 5, and he struck out the side in the 3rd inning. He's got 4 strikeouts.
Well, we appreciate Doug Melvin joining us, and an extended conversation with Doug Melvin. We are in a little bit of a technical challenge here. Our game stays on the air, and it's to your benefit because we are commercial free right now. Our master control setup, Rock, that's where they run the commercials out.
Oh, I know that.
That's in Houston, Texas, and they're having a lot of problems down there. So we just stay here and broadcast the baseball game and commercial-free TV.
And have fun.
How about we throw some trivia in there just for fun? AT&T Trivia. Who are the 3 players to drive in 8 runs in a Major League Baseball game played in Milwaukee? It's only happened 3 times. And the key is there. It doesn't have to be a Brewer. Doesn't even have to be a Brave. But it's happened 3 times in Milwaukee. After Jonathan Lucroy's 7 RBI game yesterday, which was a Brewers franchise record. So here we go to the 4th inning. Bumgarner coming off a 3-up, 3-down 3rd with 3 Ks, has 4 in the game now. And Randy Wolf back on the mound to face Charlie Culberson. That Buster Posey 3-run homer is the difference. Doug Melvin was talking about the draft. I remember how disappointed and frustrated Doug was, along with Gordash, and at the time it was Jack Zarinsek when the Brewers lost CC Sabathia to free agency, and that was the year the Yankees signed A.J. Burnett, and all of these draft picks just kept falling down the order.
Right.
Mark Teixeira, and Brewers ended up with a second-round draft pick as opposed to a first-rounder, and that rule's gone now. And I think the Brewers situation that you probably had a lot to do with that. I think it does even up the competitive balance, that you don't get a draft choice unless he's with you the full season. That changes how a general manager will approach a trade.
I think the next step for competitive balance in the draft has got to be an international draft. You got to include all the international players. That's not the case now. Only the teams with a boatload of money can sign some of these Asian players and players from Cuba. A lot of inequity in that. I think the international draft has to be instated at some point.
There's a one-hopper to Weeks. Culberson is retired.
Hey, Cerveceros Day at Miller Park is Saturday, June 2nd. The Brewers will wear special uniforms as a tribute to Hispanic baseball players. Call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com.
So one gone here in the fourth inning. And here is the pitcher, Madison Bumgarner, who dropped down a perfect sacrifice bunt his last time up.
I wanted to ask Doug about the World Baseball Classic that takes place next spring.
We could probably get him back down here.
That's coming up. That presents a set of challenges, over and above the regular, spring training that the teams go through. It's going to be a long spring training for the guys this year.
And those who participate in the World Baseball Classic, they're always concerned that those who go play and that adrenaline kicks in, and you hope they're ready. You're trying to make sure they're ready, and
especially the pitchers.
There's a strikeout. Randy Wolf makes quick work of Bumgarner. So Randy Wolf, after the Posey home run, he's broken a few bats. He's picked up a couple of strikeouts, and hopefully mentally he's able to turn the corner here. He's been able to command the inside corner a little better.
Yeah, trying to drop down a little bit that time on Bumgarner and caught him on the inside corner.
There's Aubrey Huff, who is off the disabled list, available to pinch hit. Blanco lines one to left. There's Braun for the out. And Randy Wolf, his best inning of the night, retires the Giants in order. Picks up a strikeout. 3-0. The Giants have the lead. Still commercial free here on Brewers television tonight as we check in with Craig and Augie on Randy Wolf.
Okay, BA, 3-0 game right now, and of course Wolf got into the trouble in the first inning. Augie, what have you seen since then for a guy that obviously needed to settle down and needed to settle down in a hurry to hold this game in check?
Well, I think one thing I see out of him, it seems like at the start of the game he was trying to use all his pitches, go to all different spots. It seems like since that first inning he settled down, trying to get one spot at the strike zone that he likes and dominate that strike zone. Dominate that part of the strike zone, I should say, and then use his other pitches from there.
We talked about this on Brewers Live pregame. You having been through this before, something similar to what Randy Wolf is going through right now, and the hurdles that he has to clear. Getting through that first inning had to be hurdle number one for him.
It is, and it's much mental as it is physical. Randy Wolf can pitch physically. He has all the pitches, but you get in that state of mind when the pitches aren't exactly going where you want them. You don't have that good breaking ball. You can't locate pitches. All of a sudden it becomes mental, and then you start fighting yourself both ways, and that's what Randy Wolf has done his last few times out. It seems like he's starting to settle down now, starting to get control of himself a little bit, and getting more to the way Randy Wolf pitches.
All right, we're going to the bottom of the fourth inning. Brewers down 3-0. Time now for our crew in the community as we send it over to Telly Hughes.
All right, thanks, Craig. The Milwaukee School of Languages got a special visit this morning when Brewers players and the famous racing sausages visited the 8th graders at MSL. They were the grand prize winners in the SCORE program this season. SCORE is an effort by the Brewers to encourage attendance and good grades. They were also presented with a $5,000 check for the school. And Brian, I know you were a part of the group that visited MSL this morning, and I know you get an opportunity to go out to visit these schools. It's pretty cool for you as well.
Yeah, it was great. I love getting out there with the kids, and it was the 8th graders today from the Milwaukee School of Languages and the SCORE program. And Guys did a great job. Had Ryan Braun, he was the headliner today. George Gutares, Giovanni Gallardo was there. The Brewers also sent Nori Aoki, which I think he was the hit of the crowd today. Put on a big smile for him, and had a lot of fun with those guys.
A lot of different languages represented there, huh?
Yeah, Ricky Weeks was the other to come out, so it's a good job. It's a good thing the Brewers do every year, the score program. And today was the day. There was a player, and every player the Brewers have was out today in some capacity at one of the schools in Milwaukee County. And we just happened to have the big group at our place at MSL, and speaking multiple languages there. Giovanni Gallardo did his bit in Spanish, Nori Aoki in Japanese. George Gutares broke out a little Greek on him today, Rock. As Braun bounces to short for the first out.
George knows Greek, huh?
Oh yeah, his parents were born in Greece.
I knew that. I mean,
well, he speaks the language.
Okay.
His parents were born there, and they carried over the language.
Okay.
He speaks Canadian too. So that was a good day today. Here's Aramis Ramirez. Bumgarner working on a one-hitter at this point. He only hit a broken bat single by Carlos Gomez to left field. That's been it for the Brewers offensively. Bouncing ball to Crawford, an excellent defender, and 2 quick outs for Madison Bumgarner. Back to our AT&T trivia. Who are the 3 players to drive in 8 runs in a Major League Baseball game played in Milwaukee? That's the caveat. And the answer, Joe Adcock did it. Slick fielding first baseman for the Milwaukee Braves. He did it against the Giants. Willie Mays for the San Francisco Giants did it in Milwaukee in 1961. And then Rock and I were here for Josh Willingham's 8 RBI game. Those came on back-to-back grand slams. And that was the day, Rock, remember we were out there in the Harley Davidson deck calling the game.
Yes, we were. Almost caught one of them. I'm surprised Sean Green's 4 home run games not on that list. I guess not, huh?
Not 8. That's where we called that game when Willingham hit grand slams and consecutive at-bats. And we haven't been out there since. That trivia question today, Brian Mikulajic sent the trivia question over, and he's doing a little research on Joe Adcock. Oh, what a lineup. That year in '56, Hank Aaron was just 22 years of age, and he was in that batting order. Eddie Matthews, what a middle of the order with Matthews and Adcock and Hank Aaron. Johnny Logan was on that club.
I wish I was on that email list. I could have done some investigating for you as well.
It's that's kind of a secret society thing.
So you're giving away all your stuff. Now you're telling everybody you know the questions. It's all right.
As Gomez strikes out. And the inning is over. And a 3-up, 3-down inning for Madison Bumgarner. And he's rolling along now. He's retired 7 in a row as we head to the 5th.
It's all right. I'll just stay in the dark amongst the the text message crew. Hey, tonight's Tavern of the Game winner as I move on. Chutes and Ladders Pub in Kenosha. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Let's take you around the league a little bit. News and notes. Jamie Moyer pitched tonight in his 50th Major League ballpark. The new Marlins home in Miami. 50 ballparks.
Yeah, how about that?
Neftali Feliz placed on the disabled list. We were talking to Doug Melvin about all the injuries. Lance Berkman thought and said he thought he tore his ACL, but instead diagnosis was a meniscus tear, and that means Berkman probably has a chance to return.
Yeah, he's had a tough time staying healthy all year.
Tell you, the scary injury though for the Dodgers, Mark Ellis, who had a knee injury, and Don Mattingly shared with the media yesterday that doctors told him, Mark Ellis, terrific second baseman for the Dodgers, Now, he was probably 4 to 5 hours away from amputation.
Isn't that something?
On this leg because of the type of injury it was. And boy, there have just been some tough injuries all across baseball. Well, Jamie Moyer getting roughed up in his 50th ballpark pitched in. Not as sentimental as he'd hoped. He's given up 6 earned runs in 3 2/3 as the Marlins are putting it on Jamie Moyer at 6-4 Miami.
The Marlins are playing some pretty good baseball all of a sudden, aren't they?
Brandon Crawford ready to lead off for the Giants. Again, we are commercial free tonight, so we'll catch you up on anything in the heart's desire of our producer Chris Withers between innings here. Our master control studio in Houston that airs all of the commercials is down for the moment, and so you the viewer get the benefit. We'll just keep it right here. You won't miss a thing. Might be a good chance to kind of get into your analysis on what happens between innings. It's always interesting, the pace of.
You mean what we do between innings?
Not us, because we're out of here. You know, we're crushing the spread.
I'm usually making a mad dash down the hall between innings.
But, you know, pitchers and how they go about their business between innings. As Crawford sends one to left. And there is the first out of the 5th inning.
Hey, come out to Miller Park as the Brewers host the Pittsburgh Pirates June 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com.
First time we'll see the Pirates this year. Melky Cabrera. He walked and scored in the 1st inning. He was aboard on the Posey 3-run homer. Bounced out to 3rd his last time up. And he shoots that one through the hole between short and 3rd. A base hit. This guy is racking up some hits, Melky Cabrera.
Yeah, number 60 on the year. He went out and got that pitch from Randy Wolf. It was away from him. Looked like a 2-seamer, maybe a changeup at 80 miles an hour. Able to hook it into left field.
Nobody in the National League has more hits than Cabrera. Came in with the 4th highest average in the National League. That base hit ups him to 355. So he's at first for Posey. And a one-hopper to his Turris going to turn into a double play. 6-4-3, just like that. Randy Wolf out of the 5th. Gets rid of a dangerous hitter in Buster Posey, who hit it sharply.
And nice play by his Turris. He played an in-between hop. He got it into his chest, and he knew he had some time, so very slowly getting it over to Ricky.
And that wraps up the top of the 5th. Brewers coming up, bottom of the 5th, down 3-0 as we send it out to Craig Kashawn and Jerry Augustine.
Okay, Brian, thanks very much. And Randy Wolf headed to the dugout. And Jerry, you're going to provide us kind of a different perspective of what maybe he's going through right now. Obviously gave up the 3 runs early. We talked about that. He's settled down pretty nicely since then. What does a starting pitcher go through now midway through a ball game right now?
Well, especially after he's got 2 pretty good innings right there. Melky Cabrera hit a pretty good pitch on him. And he'll walk you back. You kind of analyze where you are right now. You kind of say, you know what? I'm starting to find in this right zone. This is where I've been successful. I know if I can get in that game and get ahead of hitters, my pitches are much more effective. Not only that, I know that I can command that outside part of the plate and I can show inside. Now, once I get him looking outside, I can show that inside pitch. Every once in a while when it gets a strike, I get that little extra confidence. Now I know I can go there to get an out.
Randy's sitting alone right now. How much communication does he have in a game like this with Rick Kranitz in between innings each time?
Well, I think if Rick sees something that can help Randy, he will. But a lot of times when you're pitching and you're in that focus trying to fight yourself back, you don't want your pitching coach. You don't want anybody around you. If anything you need, you'll go ask them. And that's what Randy's doing right there. He's just right now going through the inning saying, you know what? I feel like I'm starting to get a little comfortable. Now I have to go out there and do what I do best. I have to locate the pitch, I have to duplicate, and I have to get ahead of hitters.
And now it's time for his teammates to start pulling him through. Randy's done his part after giving up the early runs. Now the Brewers got to find some way to get to Madison Bumgarner, who in this game hasn't allowed much. Just one hit so far by Milwaukee. Brian and Bill.
All right, Craig and Augie, thanks. And that one hit was a broken bat single by Gomez. Just a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Milwaukee Brewers. And our apologies to our sponsors. We are unable to provide the commercial breaks that we normally do. Our Master Control studios in Houston, Texas. They are down for the moment, experiencing technical difficulties. So we keep it right here, and thankful to have an open window here to Miller Park. 3-0 Giants as Weeks leads off.
And just to kind of piggyback on what Augie was talking about, you saw Randy Wolf all by himself over there. I guess if you're Rick Kranitz, you don't go over there while he's throwing well. What are you going to say to him, right? I guess if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just leave him alone. It's when he's struggling, that's when you go over there and start talking to him, maybe adjust something here and there. And it's like a hitter. And a hitting coach isn't going to go over and pester a hitter when he's feeling good.
Well, one bad pitch for Randy Wolf has cost him tonight, a 3-run homer by Posey, but he has turned it around and he's posted 4 shutout innings since. We'll see if the offense can figure out Madison Bumgarner. 1-2 to Weeks. Down and in. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Weeks, little flare in the right. That's going to fall. A base hit. Yeah, he needed that. Ricky Weeks with his first hit of the night. Single to right field.
Hit a pretty good pitch. It was supposed to be a cutter in. He left it out over the plate a little bit. And watch Ricky. He's just trying to fight it off. Just trying to stay patient as long as he can. He doesn't want to commit too early. Gets him down on the handle a little bit, but able to muscle it into right field for a leadoff single for Milwaukee. Their first leadoff batter of the game.
Good way to start the 5th. And it'll be George Gataris now, who walked his last time up. It's the only walk that Bumgarner has given up.
I see just a little bit behind it, but what Ricky doesn't want to do is be too quick and be out in front. That's been the problem for Ricky, a little bit too anxious. I always say there's more hits on the handle of the bat than there are on the end of the bat.
You find that to be true?
Yeah. I got jammed all the time. Well, what they mean by that, I mean, it makes sense. When you wait on the ball, you have a better chance of swinging at a strike. I mean, you're going to get jammed once in a while, but it's kind of like one of those things. It's one of those macho things, guys that want to get jammed. And because of that, a lot of times when you're struggling, you're jumping at the baseball. And not only, does that speed your bat up too much, your eyes are moving, you can't determine balls and strikes, and you just got to wait back once in a while. Hitting coaches will tell you, hey, get jammed a couple of at-bats. Sometimes things start to come together.
Well, that is especially true for a guy like George Gataris, facing a tough left-hander in Madison Bumgarner, when it is imperative that he doesn't fly open and he stays in there. Bumgarner has devastating breaking stuff. And the equalizer to that is the fastball inside on Gataris. Here's the 2-2 and a swing and a miss. A strikeout for Bumgarner, his 6th of the game.
Yeah, went up the ladder on George that time, up and in, and George couldn't get the bat started quickly enough. Got it right by him. George right underneath of it.
And that'll bring up Cesar Izturis. A key hitter right here for the Brewers. Randy Wolf is on deck. And with 5 innings under his belt, if the Brewers are in a position to score some runs, you figure Renicky might take a shot at it. All depends on what happens here with his tourists.
Nobody in the bullpen.
His tourist was at the plate with the bases loaded in the 2nd inning. Bumgarner got him to bounce into an inning-ending double play. His tourist right off the end of the bat. They had him played shallow, and Shearholtz makes the catch. And Randy Wolf will step in to hit. So 2 men are out. And Wolf will bat with Ricky Weeks at first. Wolf gave Bumgarner a long battle in the 3rd inning. Ended up as a strikeout. Top of the order on deck. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Wolf's always been a guy who can handle the bat pretty well. His career batting average is 187, which is pretty good for a pitcher. Has 5 career homers. 2 for 13 at the plate this year.
I guess when you look at the Brewers starting rotation, they're off to a bit of a slow start with the bat, but Zach Greinke with 2 hits yesterday. You know, Wolfie coming in at 154. Of course, it'd be hard for him to do what they did last year.
That was a pretty impressive year offensively for the Brewers starting pitcher. I'll tell you, somehow Randy Wolf could turn on a pitch from Bumgarner. The Giants are giving Randy Wolf plenty of room down the right field line. Nate Shearholtz is all the way into the gap in right center.
Yeah, left fielder right on the line and right and left. I'll get it right.
Now Wolf tried and will pull it foul. If Wolf sends one down the right field line, Weeks is a guarantee to score.
Right.
That's how far Shearholtz is.
And Randy's probably going to end up at 3rd base. That's a big if, Phil, partner. Bumgarner's tough to pull. Lefty, especially for a pitcher. That's why they have Melky Cabrera, the left fielder, right on that left field line, figuring he's going to take him the other way.
We'll see if Randy's got one in him. Turn the lineup over here. Ooh, just missed. Good take by Randy Wolf. 3-2 now, and now Bumgarner forced to come in there. Should get a good pitch to hit. There's Cory Hart on deck. I like it. Randy's putting a little ice on him. Going with the fake dirt in the eye bit.
Ice in the kicker.
Weeks will be off with a pitch. There he goes. And Wolf fouls it away. That's it.
And check out where Nate Shearholtz is right here. I mean, that's a long way off that line. He's got a lot of room to cover to catch that line. Randy Wolf tried to hook one down the line, got under it, and ended up putting it in the seats.
Elevated heart rate. Do it again. Ricky goes, and a swing and a miss. Bumgarner threw him a breaking ball, and down goes Randy Wolf. Inning over. And Bumgarner working on a 2-hit shutout through the first 5 innings. 5 in the books, 3-0 Giants. As we send it down to Telly Hughes. What do you have, Telly?
Well, PA, let's flash back to May 1st. It was Matt Gamble with an ACL tear in San Diego, chasing a pop fly, and as you can see, landed awkwardly, and he is yet to have surgery, believe it or not. That happened once again on May 1st. He was in the clubhouse earlier today, and I had a chance to talk to him, and I asked, when are you having surgery? And he said, actually, I'm going to have it tomorrow. So apparently they had to wait for so long for that swelling in that knee to subside before they were able to have surgery. So Matt Gamble scheduled for surgery. Also saw Alex Gonzalez in the clubhouse a little earlier today. He's on crutches. He had successful surgery, and he's expected to have a 6-month recovery time, and hopefully everything will go well for Matty Gamble tomorrow, and he can get back on track and back in a Brewers uniform as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's funny. Matt said, I'm going to stay around and rehab with the team. I don't want him to forget who I am. But yeah, you're hoping that Alex Gonzalez is going to be able to come back as well with that ACL tear. Well, after a breakout season in 2011, Packers receiver Jordy Nelson is hungry to prove he's capable of more. Log on to foxsportswisconsin.com. You can read Paul Emming's one-on-one interview with Jordy Nelson, foxsportswisconsin.com.
And tickets to Spring Madness, that's today through Wednesday, are half price, plus small Pepsi products. And Clement's hot dogs are $1 each. Visit brewers.com/madness.
Headed to the 6th inning at Miller Park. Randy Wolf has settled down, but a 3-run homer by Buster Posey in the first inning is standing up tall right now. Madison Bumgarner, a 2-hit shutout, has 7 strikeouts to go along with just 1 walk. He has responded well after a couple of sluggish starts. Brett Pill leads off for the Giants. Splitting time with Brandon Belt over at first base. Belt is a left-handed hitter. And a pop-up. Ricky Weeks wants it. There's out number 1. Giants are hoping to get Aubrey Huff back this week on the disabled list with anxiety disorder. And Bruce Bochy saying before the game would likely get a start sometime on this road trip. Not sure if it's going to happen here in Milwaukee. Talk about a big piece to the puzzle in their World Series season of 2010. Aubrey Huff out of nowhere.
Yeah. Had some pretty good years in the American League, but nothing like he had with the Giants a couple of years ago. That's what it takes, you know, somebody just to step up and have a career year, and you never know who that's going to be. Who would have thought David Freese would be able to do what he did last year, right?
Yep, that's the truth. And that's what you need to win a championship. I don't think we'll ever really know the answer to this question. Doug Melvin brought it up when he was joining us in the booth in the 3rd inning. You know, that's a decision that a general manager, an organization has to make when you're struggling. Are you in the race? Are you not in the race? Do you make trades to try to rebuild? But you have to think the Cardinals were oh so close to raising the white flag last year. I mean, they were 10.5 games back with 6 weeks to play. Instead, they didn't do that. They went and made some trades to acquire, and those trades hit like gold.
Brought some guys over and helped their bullpen. Ahmad able to get the job done as a closer.
Arias to Aoki. Out number 2.
I tell you, Arias has been hitting the baseball as well as anybody in this lineup tonight. He has squared up Randy Wolf all 3 times.
Two going for Nate Shearholtz, and he whistles one, but he's Torres right there on the shift, and the side is retired. Randy Wolf back on his game. Beautiful play by Torres, well positioned out there as Shearholtz is robbed of a base hit. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. By the new Miller Lite Punch Top Can, it's Miller time. And by Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
And we remain here at Miller Park on Fox Sports Wisconsin, and it's Craig and Jerry back with you here on the broadcast, commercial free right now, so we're providing some extra analysis from Jerry Augustine. We're going to talk pitching right now. And Madison Bumgarner has the Brewers' number, has had since the beginning of the game. It's been a tough nut to crack so far for Milwaukee. He's given up just 2 hits. Going into this game, Jerry, he had struggled. He had given up 4 earned runs in each of his last 2 starts, both losses. What's been the difference tonight?
I think command of the strike zone. You look at what he's doing tonight. He's using both the outside and the inside part of plate very well. The one thing he does when he throws the ball to the inside on the right-hand batter, he kind of cuts the ball in on a guy. When he throws it away, he kind of sinks it away. And the one thing he has had tonight, he's had excellent command of those pitches.
He's got 7 strikeouts on Milwaukee hitters tonight. Again, he's given up just 2 hits. So as we go further along in this ball game now, who's the advantage go to? Does it stay with the pitcher right now? What can the Brewers do this next time around?
Well, when you get in that comfort zone, you go out there and you know what you've done with the hitters in the past. So you say, you know what do I have to be successful out here? I just have to continue how I'm throwing the ball. Right now, he's used his fastball both in and out. He used that breaking ball. And when he gets in situation, he uses that changeup. Got a couple fly balls. So he's using all his pitches. He's dialed in. And when he is dialed in, he's one of the best left-handed pitchers in all of baseball.
Bottom of the 6th we go. It's 3-0 San Francisco. Brian?
All right, Craig and Augie, thank you. And a reminder that we are commercial free tonight because we are having technical difficulties in our Houston control room, our master control room, unable to run our commercial breaks. And we're fortunate to be able to keep a window open here. We are on the air. A lot of teams tonight on our network unable to broadcast their games. So we're glad to be able to bring you the ball game. You don't mind sticking around, do you, Rob?
There's nothing else to do here, is there? This is good.
Cory Hart leads off. Top of the order in the 3rd time through against Madison Bumgarner.
Now everybody talking about a nice comeback for Madison Bumgarner after a couple of subpar starts. I mean, this guy set the bar so high for himself that even an average outing for a lot of guys is looked upon as a bit of a slump. When you look at him, his last 2 starts, 8 earned runs, 4 in each, covering 13 in the 3rd innings. I mean, that's not that bad. The problem for Bumgarner, and the reason why he was picking up a couple of losses, that the Giants scored a combined 2 runs for him in those 2 starts. So the comeback for Bumgarner, not that big of a dip on those 2 starts.
Now Bumgarner is benefiting from a 3-run homer by Buster Posey in the 1st inning. One big swing of the bat for the Giants. Posey's first home run since late April. And Bumgarner working on a 2-hitter right now. Aoki with a ball and a strike. Well, Aoki figures to get more of the playing time now. Ron Renicky said it's still going to be a 3-man weave in those 2 outfield positions, center field and right field. Cory Hart figures to continue to play in the outfield. But Renicky did say Hart will be back at first base on Wednesday. And that means Aoki, Niger Morgan, and Carlos Gomez will be splitting time. Aoki's been great against left-handed pitching.
And Barry Zito going to be pitching for the Giants on Wednesday, so it looks as though it's just going to be left-handers that Cory right now is going to be at first base.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Aoki, one of those rare left-handed hitters that's facing more left-handed pitchers than right-handers. Slaps one over to third. Arias winds it up and makes the play. Wow. Outstanding play by Joaquin Arias. Out number 2.
He's having a heck of a night, isn't he?
Been busy tonight.
Swinging the bat well. He's made some nice plays. We saw him make a nice play coming in on Oki early in the game and covering a lot of that hole between third and short, and a good throwing arm to get the out. Got rid of that one even, I think, before he saw first base.
He has robbed Aoki twice. Aoki tried to bunt for a hit in the first inning. Arias made a nice play and just clipped him again. 2 outs. Nobody on for Braun. Somehow the Brewers are going to have to solve the riddle of Madison Bumgarner. He is mowing them down tonight. Just 2 hits and a walk. And neither of the hits hit all that hard. That one smoked, knocked down by Culberson. The throw is high. Posey there to back it up, and Braun is safe. That was a great play to stop that rocket off the bat of Braun. But a poor throw, and Braun is safe at first.
Yeah, that'll be a base hit. You figure he would have beat that anyway, I think. Be very surprised if they call that in there. A bullet off the bat of Ryan Braun. Culberson does a nice job knocking it down, but I don't think a good throw gets him anyway. That ball undresses the second baseman.
I give him points for hanging in there as long as he did.
Tough guy.
That extends Braun's hitting streak. It will be an infield hit. Extends it to 10 games. And finally, the Brewers have a base runner here. Only had 2 base runners since the second inning. This is when you could use a quick strike. Ramirez, he's due. Took a swing at it. Ramos having a rough homestand. He is 1 for 11 on this homestand. Did not play yesterday. Hit a 2-run homer Saturday, a big one. Tied the ball game against the Twins. Just looking at his career home run numbers. Ramirez has hit 315 career homers now as a third baseman. That ranks 8th all time on the major league list. Gary Gaetti is 7th on that list with 332. That's down the right field line. That's trouble. That is going to drop fair, and it's going to skid to the side wall. Here comes Braun flying around third. He'll score as Ramirez puts the Brewers on the board with an RBI double.
And nice job by Aramis Ramirez slicing that one. Good at bat by Aramis. Take out the pitch. Supposed to be away. He leaves it down the middle of the plate. Didn't try and pull it. It just kept slicing further and further away from Shearholtz. And you can see the throw by Shearholtz. He hit the back wall when he's trying to throw it in, which is why Braun was able to score without a throw.
Save at home, safe and secure. New York life, Ryan Braun. And the Brewers are on the board for the first time. 2 outs in the 6th. Here's Gomez. Tying run at the plate. And Gomez looks at one inside. At the plate presented by Wendy's. Gomez had the first Brewers hit in the second inning. Bumgarner struck him out in the 4th. And that one's hit hard, but right at Crawford. And that'll do it. Side retired. Bumgarner surrenders 1. Back-to-back hits, Braun and Ramirez. And the Brewers are finally on the board. 3-1 San Francisco as we head to the 7th. Well, if you're just joining us, let's get you caught up here. It's brought to you by Toyota. And that's the big swing right now. Buster Posey's first inning, 1-out, 3-run homer. His 5th of the year, his first home run since April 27th. But rock since then, Randy Wolf has settled down. Adamson Bumgarner just surrendering his first run.
Yeah, Wolfie has not allowed a man at the second base since the second inning. And that's exactly what you need out of Randy. The next Brewers homestand features another visit from Dale Swaim and the Chicago Cubs. Tickets are going fast. Call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com to order.
Randy Wolf back on the mound as we get set to start the 7th inning in our Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. Bumgarner topping out at 93. Wolf's best fastball at 91 here tonight. This could have been a game for Randy Wolf with 3 runs in early. He gave up 2 walks and 2 hits in the first inning to go along with those 3 runs. And the way he's been pitching lately, struggling with his confidence and his command. Those two work hand in hand. It could have been a short night, but here he is. He's still at it.
He's a tough competitor. I mean, you're not going to be around as long as Randy Wolf has been able to be out there and pitch without being mentally tough. He's not going to let one inning get him down. And a couple of more solid innings out of Randy, and he's looking at a pretty good night.
We'll see if the Brewers can fight their way back into a chance to win this ball game tonight. Renick's club starts the day 5 back in the National League Central. Cardinals are hosting San Diego tonight. Padres have a 1-0 lead going into the 7th inning. They've got a tight one going there. Clayton Richard against Jaime Garcia. Here's Culberson. Culberson starting at second base for the Giants. Reached on an infield hit in the second inning, and then he bounced out in the 4th. And it's quickly 0-2 on Culberson. Dodgers had a comeback win last night against the Cardinals. And the Dodgers on the road tonight in Arizona playing the Diamondbacks. That game's just underway. Chris Capuano got a great story this year. Capuano, Ted Lilly, Aaron Harang, all complimenting the Cy Young Award winner Clayton Kershaw. And the Dodgers are 28-13.
And who would have thought you would get that type of pitching performance out of those two guys? You know, Capuano and Harang. I mean, both of them. A lot of teams had given up on them and figured their careers were over. But they went to L.A., which is a pretty good pitcher's park, and they have found an enormous amount of success so far this year. Ted Lilly second in the National League in earned run average. What is it, 1.8?
Yeah, right. Just shy, 179. He has 5 wins. And the Dodgers are out of the gates very quickly. Brewers are going to make a run through the National League West here. Got the Giants for 3, go to Arizona for 3, and then the Dodgers in Los Angeles for a 4-game series as Wolf dots the corner. Culberson rung up. And this looks like the Randy Wolf of old right here.
Yeah, good confidence in that fastball in. That's a 4-seamer, and looked as though Culberson looking for something away. That's why he jackknifes out of the way on a pitch that's over the plate. Well, when you're looking for something on the outside corner and they throw it in, it looks like it's going to hit you.
Madison Bumgarner batting for the 3rd time. He's 0 for 1. Wolf struck him out his last time up.
You talk about the Dodgers, and they're at home 19-4 at Dodger Stadium.
Man.
Far and away the most wins for any team at home. Next closest 15. Tampa Bay and Washington.
Well, the Brewers are hoping the law of averages, they're due a correction when the Brewers head to Dodger Stadium on the next road trip next week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Arizona. That's real, by the way. And then Monday through Thursday in Los Angeles. As of right now, you'd have to say the National League East is the strongest division. Every team in the division in the East at or above 500. It's hard to see the Phillies down there at the bottom. Actually, the Phillies just lost today, so they go to a game under 500. The Nationals beat them 2-1. Behind Gio Gonzalez, who's 6-1. There's a strike called, and Randy Wolf. Back-to-back strikeouts. 4 Ks for the ball game for Randy Wolf.
4 strikeouts, and 3 of them are looking the cold variety. There's one right on the outside corner. He's got good rhythm right now. I mean, he really does. He looks like he's throwing the ball with a lot of confidence. Knows what he wants to do. George is hanging the signs for him. Not a lot of shake-off, so they're in pretty good rhythm.
I thought you made a good point in our open today about Randy Wolf. You know, from beginning to end last season, in the championship season, you'd have to say Randy Wolf was the most consistent Brewers pitcher. I mean, I know Gallardo won 17. Greinke was great in the second half. But beginning to end, it was Randy Wolf, and Ron Renneke would be the first to tell you that of all the starters, the 5 starters, Wolf was the most consistent, the most reliable throughout the long season.
Yep, home, road, day, night. I mean, it really didn't matter where he pitched or and when.
Off the end of the bat, fly ball out to right. Aoki settles under it, and another terrific inning for Randy Wolf. He's through 7. Brewers are down a pair as we head to the home 7th stretch time here at Miller Park. As we head to the home 7th, the Brewers coming up as we check in with Craig and Augie.
Okay, Brian, thanks very much. Our commercial-free broadcast rolls on here from Miller Park, and let's take a look at our Pizza Hut delivery of the game. What the Brewers now able to do is start taking the ball the other way a little bit. We found that the last time that they came up against Madison Bumgarner, they needed it at a special time with their heavy hitters coming up in Ryan Braun and Aramis Ramirez. How important was that, Jerry, that they finally teed off on this guy and went where the pitch was?
Well, the key to it is you got to get ahead of him. You got to make him. You got to get him with 2-0, 1-2, 2, whatever you can do to get ahead of him. Then he has to make a pitch to the outside part of the plate, and then you got to drive the ball the other way. Success against a lefty who tries to pitch in like he does is make him throw strikes inside. If he's not, you get ahead of him, he's going to go away to get a strike. Then you take advantage and hit the ball the other way.
So here's this part of the order now with Ricky Weeks set to lead off for the Brewers here in the 7th inning. Where you think at this point, are you thinking small ball here, try to get on and start advancing the runner over? Are you in a situation now where you can bring a couple of pinch hitters in and perhaps go for something big if you can get it?
Well, if I'm Ricky Weeks, I'm going to make Madison Bumgarner, if he wants to pitch in, I want him to earn it. I want him to make him get ahead with a strike on the inside. If he doesn't, I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. I'm going to look for that ball on the other half of the plate and drive the ball the other way.
All right, Ricky Weeks due up here in the Brewers 7th inning. It's a close game. 3-1, the Brewers trail at this point, Brian and Bill.
All right, Craig, thank you. And again, our apologies to our sponsors tonight. We're unable to run our commercials during this broadcast tonight. Technical difficulties in our master controlled studios in Houston, Texas. The numbers for Madison Bumgarner. Just 1 earned run. That was scored last inning. Back-to-back hits, Braun and Ramirez. A walk and 7 strikeouts.
That's a season high strikeouts for Bumgarner this year.
Ricky Weeks will lead off. Has a hit tonight. He is 1 for 2. And he sends that one to left on a line, but right at Cabrera for the out. 1 away here in the 7th on 1 pitch from Bumgarner. So the Reds won again. They took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. They have inserted Aroldis Chapman as their closer now. But tonight, Sean Marshall picked up the save as the Reds beat the Braves 4-1. Reds are starting to put it together. They're 3 games over 500 now. I think the Braves, one of the best teams in the league from the teams that we've seen so far.
Yeah. That's 26-16 so far this year.
Braves, Dodgers, the Nationals. Marlins starting to play better. Marlins have a 7-4 lead over Jamie Moyer and the Rockies. Pirates out in front of the Mets tonight, 5-4 in Pittsburgh. That game's in the bottom of the 8th inning. A lot of baseball around the big leagues tonight. The Astros are shutting out the Cubs 7-0. Randy Wells returning to the Chicago Cubs rotation.
Yeah, Cubs coming in. They've lost 6 in a row. Would you have ever imagined that the Philadelphia Phillies, the only team under 500, or check that, not over 500 in the NL East?
Yeah, and a loss today puts him a game under as Gutierrez is down on strikes. So 2 outs in the inning for Bumgarner. And it'll be Cesar Izturis. I think there are surprises in the cellar in every division, except maybe the American League Central. You got the Red Sox in last place. Yankees are 4th in that division. The Angels, with their big payroll and their big offseason, dead last in the American League West. But the Phillies in last. Go figure.
It's like the Twilight Zone, isn't it?
Tapper to the mound. This is going to be a quick inning for Bumgarner. 1, 2, 3. And the Brewers retired in the 7th. A 3-1 score. 7 in the books as we head to the Giants' 8th. Our Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Brewers and the Giants back at it tomorrow. We'll have the coverage for you on Fox Sports Wisconsin. 6:30 is airtime for Brewers Live. And then Wednesday, not televised, day game here at Miller Park. Big plans to join us here at the ballpark, or you can check it out on the Brewers Radio Network. You got Sean Markham against Matt Cain tomorrow. And then Wednesday is Marco Estrada against Barry Zito. Cain's been one of the best in the league. Brewers will take Thursday off, and then they head to Arizona. Start the series against the Diamondbacks with Gallardo on Friday. Our AT&T U-verse reverse replay. First inning. It's the one that's standing up right now. Buster Posey's 3-run homer. His 5th homer of the year gives him 20 runs batted in for the season.
And it was that stretch of hitters where Randy had a tough time throwing strikes. He had walked 2 guys in front of Posey, got behind him 2-1, and Randy came in with 1, and Posey knocked it out of here.
Cory Hart's done a nice job over at first base tonight. Our Ho-Chunk text question has to do with Cory Hart. Mike in West Bend wants to know, do you see Cory Hart playing more this season at first base? And Ron Renicky said he would play Hart more, and he's going to start playing him against left-handed starters for the time being, which means he'll be back up Wednesday.
Right, that's because Ishikawa and Taylor Green, the 2 guys that have been playing first base, are both left-handed hitters. Get that rotation in the outfield. Aoki is much better against lefties than the 2 first basemen. So going to move Cory Hart around a little bit.
Yeah, just his 3rd start at first base in his career. We had a chance to hear from Ron Renicky before the game about Cory Hart and his position change in the field.
There's no way to get him comfortable unless we just put him out there. And we'll go through, well, he'll be in the wrong position at times, and we'll go through it. But I think because of the 2 years he spent there, I think it should come back pretty quick.
And Hart was impressive in spring training in the limited action he had at first base. And the Brewers need his bat. Francisco Rodriguez is in. Randy Wolf goes 7, gives up 3 runs. Turns around a rough start, makes it a good outing, and now Frankie Rodriguez for the 20th time this year.
Yeah, that 3-batter stretch in the first inning, and that Posey home run after that, he was very good, was Randy Wolf. You hope that's not going to be enough to beat him tonight. But Francisco Rodriguez, last pitched on Saturday against the Twins, pitched an inning, gave up 3 hits and a run. put up a 0 here, and hopefully the Brewers are going to be able to get something going against Bumgarner.
Brewers will have a pinch hitter in the 8th and then back to the top of their order. Brandon Crawford leads off. Tough part of the order for the Giants for K-Rod here with Crawford and then Melky Cabrera followed by Posey. So this could be the swing inning. You get through this part of the order, score 3 runs, bring on Axford, and call it a day. How do you like that?
I like it.
You could tell by Rodriguez's reaction he thought he had a called strike 3 there on Crawford.
Not sure where it missed, but Marty Foster didn't like it.
And a swing and a miss. So K-Rod does indeed get his strikeout. And 1 away in the 8th.
Well, it took 4 strikes to get him, but finally the changeup able to get the young lefty. Crawford way out in front, over to the top. Sometimes I think umpires are surprised by fastballs that get plenty of the plate on an 0-2 count. Just like hitters are expecting a waste pitch. I think that just surprised the home plate umpire.
You don't see a lot of 0-2 pitches in the strike zone.
Not fastballs anyway.
Not to say there aren't 0-2 strikes, swinging strikes,
right.
Chase pitches. Umpires are human too, and you can get an umpire in a groove just like a pitcher, a hitter. I mean, if you're throwing a lot of strikes, you're typically going to get borderline calls.
Right.
Ball and a strike on Melky Cabrera, the switch hitter. Turns around and hits lefty. Cabrera tonight is 1 for 2. He's hitting .355 this year. David Wright still leads the league in batting. He's only hitting .412 to start play today. Down the left field line, that is fair. Another base hit for Cabrera. And he is racing around second on his way to third. Braun's throw coming in. And it's cut off. That's a triple for Cabrera. That's a big hit. A triple with 1 out, and Posey coming up.
Well, he was busting out of that batter's box, and you don't very often see a triple down the left field line. That change up, he slices it just fair by about a foot down that left field line. And maybe more, 3 feet. And by the time Braun gets it in, Cabrera in there with a triple. He can fly. Oh, he's running well.
He dropped about 20 pounds, and he is a hitting machine right now. His 21st multi-hit game. That is the most in the major leagues. Infield end. Well, the extra base is big for the Giants in this spot with 1 out. Posey normally very good in spots like this, delivering. (3-1) Giants. San Francisco knocking at the door. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see K-Rod work around Posey here. See if he'll chase something. Frankie doesn't mind base runners. He's actually probably better with men on. With that great changeup of his. Get some over anxious hitters. And if you're talking about he'd rather face Buster Posey as opposed to Brett Pill.
Right.
You get the idea. Nothing against Brett Pill.
But he's no Posey. You're right. Posey, a proven run producer. Much more patient at the plate.
And Posey not biting. So it makes him such a good hitter. Posey's 3-run homer in the first. The difference in this game. It was 3-0 until the Brewers finally scored in the 6th inning. Aramis Ramirez with an RBI double, scoring Braun. That run came with 2 outs. Posey lays off, and K-Rod will go to work with runners at the corners. He's taking exception to the Marty Foster strike zone.
Man, that ball was off the outside corner. You can see where he was coming from in that Crawford 0-2 fastball, but that last one was off the plate.
So it's 1st and 3rd with 1 away. Cabrera had the triple. Posey walks. And now Brett Pill. And the Brewers are going to take a chance here. They're going to back their infielders up. Take a chance to turn 2 to get out of the inning. And run the risk of the 4th Giants run scoring.
Giving him a lot of room between the hole between 1st and 2nd. Figuring Pill to pull the baseball on the ground.
That one missed. 2-0 the count on Pill. Pill hitting .217 this year. 0 for 3 tonight. .3-0.
Walking this guy not part of the plan, that's for sure. You can understand being careful to Posey, but you got to get your out here.
Got the very fast Joaquin Arias on deck, who has 2 hits tonight. K-Rod finds a corner that time. 3-1. Pill got a little time last year with the Giants. Played in 15 games. Getting a good look this year. He and Brandon Belt sharing time at first base. And it goes to 3-2. Thought we might see Belt in a spot like this with the right-hander now on the mound in Rodriguez, but Bruce Bochy is going to stick with Pill. He's been a good hitter in the minor leagues. He had .312 last year in AAA. Hit 25 homers in AAA last season. Got some power. Full count. Brewers need a ground ball double play. Runner goes, and a bouncer to third. Ramirez coming to the plate, and the slide. Cabrera out at home. Slid right into the shin guard of George Gutierrez, and he is slow to get up.
Yep, he did a nice job. George blocking him off. Perfect technique. Nice play by Ramirez. He realized that he wasn't going to be able to turn a double play, so he gets the out at home.
It's our Marshfield Clinic shining moment.
And George Gutierrez digs that knee in there. You see the way he positions himself. The knee, the toe pointing down the line. That is like running into a brick wall. Well done by Gutierrez. He never did touch home plate, and there is a big run that they saved.
2 outs now, and here is Arias, a free swinger. He lays off. Beautiful throw by Ramirez. It's a great shot from our left field camera as Ramirez just almost threw a little sinker around the runner. The banana ball to get a better angle for Gutierrez. Put it right on the money. Just got to play the English sometimes, I guess.
Right.
Arias has been a tough out tonight. He tripled in the first, singled in the third, and then lined out in the 6th. Got an opposite field swing grooved right now. On the corner, a changeup. That's K-Rod's money pitch. 1-2 now. And you know the Giants taking a breath with Melky Cabrera.
Now, when you position yourself as well as George did on that play at home plate, it's like sliding into a telephone pole. It doesn't budge.
Got a couple of wounds there treating over there. 2 on, 2 out. K-Rod trying to post a 0 in the 8th. And a good block by Kataris. Count evens at 2-2. Arias wouldn't chase. Brewers will have a pinch hitter, and then the top of the order coming up in the bottom of the 8th. K-Rod trying to get him up. Down only 2. 2-2 pitch, and it's away. Ball 3, and now the runners will be on the move with a pitch.
I tried to get him on a fastball away and missed off the plate. Let's see what he gives Arias here. Arias loves to go to the opposite field. That's what he's been doing all night.
Posey at second. Brett Pill at first. And there they go. K-Rod's pitch swung on and missed. He struck him out. K-Rod living up to his nickname. Strikes out Arias with 2 aboard. A couple of strikeouts in a scoreless 8th inning. And he keeps it at a 3-1 ball game.
They got him on a changeup after falling behind at a full count with a fastball, and Arias swings right through it. That's a good pitch. K-Rod pumped up. Why not?
Brewers down a pair. We check in with Craig Kishon and Jerry Augustine in our Brewers Live set.
Well, it's hard not to follow up what K-Rod was able to do right there. It got some juice, got that big strikeout there, Jerry, but we want to talk about the starting pitching in this one, too. Madison Bumgarner and Randy Wolf. Randy Wolf giving up the 3 runs in the first inning, couple of walks, and the big home run to Posey got the best of him. After that, he settled down. Let's start with this pitching matchup tonight and how you thought that this one unfolded from what you thought was going to go on in our Brewers Live pregame.
Well, I think early in the game you got to look at Randy Wolf. He could not find a strike zone, get behind hitters, had the 2 walks and then got behind Posey. Had to come with a 2-0 fastball, a 2-1 fastball, got it up over the plate and he hit it for the home run. After that he settled down. Only walked 1 person, struck out 5, really had great command. As far as Madison Bumgarner, he's really been in command the whole night, except for the 6th inning when we went the other way. We got ahead of him, at the plate. We were able to take him the other way. That really helped.
Brewers were trying to catch him at a time where he had given up some runs, 4 earned runs, in each of his last 2 starts. He's been tagged for losses, but tonight in control. It's still a 3-1 game at this point. We're in the 8th inning, and we'll continue to break this one down. Brewers Live postgame coming up after the game as well. We'll hear from Ron Renicky, of course. Cory Hart making a big move over to first base, getting his start over there for the first time this season. Plus, we'll get inside the clubhouse and our instructional all on the way as well. Baumgartner still out there as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Brian.
All right, Craig and Augie, thanks. Looking forward to Brewers Live postgame and hopefully a good news Brewers Live here tonight. Pitch count's been pretty efficient for Baumgartner, especially coming off an 8-pitch 7th inning and sitting at just 96 right now. Brewers are at the bottom of their order with the 9 spot, and Rocket's going to be Edwin Masonette to get the pinch hit call here.
Yeah, Edwin Masonette and Jonathan Lucroy are the only right-handed batters on the bench for Ron Renicky. And who could forget, first career grand slam for Masonette on a Saturday here in Milwaukee. That was a big blow to give the Brewers a win.
That was May 12th against the Cubs, and now Masonette hoping to reach base for the top of the order. Cory Hart will be next. Masonette 3 for 20 for the Brewers this season, and all of his RBIs coming on that grand slam home run. A little pop-up, foul territory, and that will fall. quickly 0-2. Bumgarner appears to be getting stronger as this game continues. Now Bruce Bochy does have activity in his bullpen. Sergio Romo, the setup man for the Giants. Santiago Casilla closing games now.
I think the Brewers would like to see anybody on that mound except for Bumgarner. Second consecutive start against Milwaukee that Bumgarner has dominated.
Bumgarner went 7 innings, just 1 run in his start on May 5th. The 0-2 to Masonet. And that one's in there for a strike. Surprised him with a fastball. 1 away here in the 8th. Well, Cory Hart, he's been rolling since Renicky put him in the leadoff spot. That covers the last 4 games. Over his last 10 games, Hart, a .356 hitter with 3 homers and 7 RBIs in those 10.
Well, certain spots in the batting order that Cory Hart really feels comfortable, and the leadoff hitter is one of them.
How many leadoff / first base combinations do you have in the big leagues?
Yeah, not many, are there? Yeah, that's normally a run producing spot in any batting order. Corner infielders, corner outfielders, those are the big boppers ordinarily.
That's not a spot Joe Adcock was ever batting at. I promise you that.
Hank Aaron, not a leadoff hitter.
Bumgarner just pouring in the strikes now. Has not thrown a ball in this inning. This is Bumgarner's longest outing, or would be, with 1 more out. He went 7 2/3 against the Padres earlier this year. And a swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. 10 Ks for Madison Bumgarner.
Hey, his previous season high this year in strikeouts was 6. He did that against the Padres. Last time out against the Cardinals, only 3. Tonight, 10.
Here is Aoki. 2 outs in the 8th. 3-1 Giants. Ryan Braun is on deck. And Aoki takes a strike.
Anyway on right now for Aoki to get the tying run to the plate. And it would be Ryan Braun.
Aoki is hitless tonight against Bumgarner. But he's been robbed of hits twice by the Giants' third baseman Joaquin Arias. 10 strikeouts, I beg your pardon, for Bumgarner. His career high is 15. He did that as a 19-year-old rookie in 2009. And he's punched out double digits on 5 occasions in his brief big league career. Aoki slaps one to short. Crawford drops it. Throw to first is late.
There you go.
Big error by the Giants shortstop. He knew he had to hurry with Aoki running.
Well, let's see what Bruce Bochy does. He has his right-hander, the slider specialist, and Sergio Romo in the bullpen. Ryan Braun coming up. He knew he had to be quick with the throw, and that's what cost him the out. Tried to get rid of it too quickly and dropped it.
So the second Giants error. And that'll bring Braun to the plate, representing the tying run. What a matchup.
A lot of confidence Bruce Bochy has in his left-hander, and why not?
Braun has one of the 4 hits. He singled and scored in the 6th. Braun not happy with that call by Marty Foster. Caught the outside corner for strike 1. Baumgartner struck out Braun in the first. He got him to bounce out in the fourth. 1 for 3 is Braun. And he was a little bit late. 0-2 the count on Braun.
High fastball at 92 by Baumgartner. He's still throwing hard in his 8th inning. Got Braun on a slider down and in with 2 strikes in the first inning.
Braun has done some of his best work, his most memorable hits with 2 strikes. He's in a hole here, the 0-2, and Braun looks at a fastball high. Ramirez would be next. Clutch player, if there ever was one, Ryan Braun. The 1-2. Braun lifts one high and deep, and we are tied. The reigning MVP delivers in the clutch again.
He is just something else, isn't he? Unbelievable. Well, Baumgartner tried to get him that slider that he struck him out on in the first inning. He hung it, and Braun nearly hit it off the glass panels out there in left center. Wow.
Bochy sticks with his left-hander. 1 batter too long. Baumgartner is out. All tied at 3 at Miller Park. Rock, take us through the sequence here with Baumgartner and Braun.
It was all fastballs until that home run. He got ahead of him on that fastball away. Braun didn't like it. And then Ryan chases a high one. Baumgartner tries to go up the ladder a little bit. And then here comes the slider on a 1-2 count. And Braun knocks it out of here. How about that? Left that one up, maybe a little fatigued. And look how far this one goes.
Wow. No doubter. Classic Braun home run and reaction. We've seen it so many times. This guy has delivered in the clutch time and time again. And when the Brewers needed it, a struggling team coming off a series loss, Braun delivers with a big homer, a 2-run shot to tie this game at 3 apiece. And that puts Ryan Braun 12 homers now on the Powerball home run leaderboard. Cory Hart sitting there with 9. Braun chasing the league leaders. Matt Kemp was at the top of the National League for a while with 12. Carlos Beltran has overtaken that spot. He has 13 home runs for the Cardinals. So Bruce Bochy makes a double switch. Brandon Belt will play first base. He'll hit in the 9 spot. And it's going to be Sergio Romo to face Aramis Ramirez in a brand new ball game.
Yeah, tremendous numbers for Romo. He loves the slider. He throws a lot of them. You can see his numbers, 16th appearance and an ERA under 1.
Ramirez drove in Braun in the 6th inning. He doubled down the right field line. The first Brewer run. That home run by Braun immediately sprung John Axford into action in the Brewers bullpen. He'll pitch the 9th. And hoping he gets an opportunity to save in the 9th, as opposed to pitching in a tie game.
And Ramis just tried to give him a lead.
Well, the old saying, hitters always say, well, I never go up there trying to hit a home run. I don't believe that with Ramirez. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Well, certain swings, and you're right. I mean, early in the count, there's no doubt that he airs out this place with a swing. But you know, his last at bat, that double, he did shorten up and he went to right field. So every now and again, in a big spot with 2 strikes, he will shorten up and try to just put it in play.
And it's 3-1 on Ramirez. Sergio Romo, very reliable setup man. Brian Wilson is out for the season. Tommy John surgery, the terrific Giants closer. They have Santiago Casilla closing games now. He's been pretty solid for the Giants, but he's no Brian Wilson. Walked him. A lot of breaking balls from Romo, and Ramirez did not bite. And there is the go-ahead run in the 8th inning at first base with Gomez coming up.
He does. He throws a lot of sliders. Just about, probably 7 out of 10 are going to be sliders. And he'll show you the fastball pretty much for show off the plate. He's going to give a steady diet of sliders to Carlos Gomez.
Now this is going to be a real test for Gomez, who has a scouting report as a breaking ball chaser. And that spins in for a strike. Gomez has a hit tonight. He had the first hit for the Brewers. And a broken bat single in the 2nd inning. 3-3 game. Ryan Braun has just tied it with a 2-run homer. A 2-out, 2-strike home run from Braun. 0-2. Gomez is going to need a mistake here.
A nice tight slider right on the outside corner and it fooled Carlos.
And he got him. Gomez is out. Romo carves him up to end the inning, but Ryan Braun ties it with a 2-run homer, and we are all even at 3 apiece as we head to the 9th inning. That means John Axford as we send it out to Craig Cashon and Jerry Augustine.
All right, Brian, thanks very much. There's the hero, Ryan Braun, of the 8th inning, and something about 8th innings for Ryan Braun is Bill and Brian mentioned he comes through in the clutch. Did there, obviously going up against a very tough pitcher in Madison Bumgarner, who appeared to get stronger as it went along, but Brian held tough. Let's go through this at bat for Ryan Braun, Augie.
I'll tell you, he started him off with a good hard fastball way, and then what he wanted to do is change the elevation. He wanted to throw him a high fastball on the inner half of the plate. Ryan swung through it. So what he's going to do now, he's going to come back with that high fastball, see if he can get Ryan to bite it. He doesn't. Then he comes back with that breaking ball that he struck him out with the first inning. Didn't get it in. Ryan stays back, drives the ball out of the ballpark.
So our Powerball home run count for Ryan Braun now at 12. And Ryan Braun has been hot over the last 27 games. Most of his power numbers through there after a slow start on the season. 11 home runs, 25 RBIs over the last 27 games alone. And tonight a couple of more hits, a 10-game hitting streak. And Ryan Braun, though, nothing bigger than that last swing of the bat right there. A lot of emotion from Ryan Braun, giving the Brewers a chance here. It is tied 3-3. And let's see if the Brewers can get one more run before this is up. First, they got to hold back the Giants right now as John Axford is set to take the mound for Milwaukee. And we've seen a couple of times this year, this is not an easy position for a closer to be in here at home when the game is tied.
Well, sure, you get set on coming in with the lead a little bit. And it's, one thing when you're at home, you have that ability to use Axe now with yourself hitting in the 9th inning. Hopefully with the Brewers can do that with Axe. It is difficult, though, because you get your mindset on coming in with that little bit of a lead. Now he just has to go out and give a good hard inning right now.
All right, we're going to break down this game. Brewers Live post-game, full reaction coming up afterwards. Brian?
All right, thanks, Craig. And you see the numbers for John Axford, the Brewers closer, entering this game in a tie ball game. And Axford last pitched on Saturday, had a perfect ninth inning with a strikeout against the Twins.
Man, hard to believe that here we are in the latter part of May, and Axford's only had 7 save opportunities so far this year, and needs to put up a 0 and get the Brewers bats going in the 9th.
Bottom of the Giants order coming up. Nate Shearholtz leads off, and there's strike 1 from Axford. Charlie Culberson is on deck, and then the pitcher spot for the Giants. Remember, Brandon Belt entered this game on a double switch, so it'll be Belt due up third in this inning. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 9th inning, Ricky Weeks will lead off. George Kataris and Cesar Izturis. Renicky has already used Masonette. You've got Jonathan Lucroy available off the bench tonight for Renicky.
Yeah, Lucroy, the right-hander, 3 left-handers, Morgan, Green, Ishikawa. Bruce Bochy has 3 switch hitters available on his bench, and a lefty, Aubrey Huff.
3 balls and a strike on Shearholtz. That one missed. Not a good start for the Axeman. A leadoff walk here in the 9th. And it'll be Charlie Culberson.
Man, he'll be dropping down a bunt right here, you would think.
This is our first look at Charlie Culberson, Giants first rounder in 07. Axford drops a hammer in there on him for strike 1. Charlie Culberson says that's what a big league curveball looks like, huh?
That's tough to bunt that pitch. Well, Culberson is going to try and bunt that ball toward Cory Hart. He has to hold the runner. Ramirez is all over him at third base.
Bunts right through it. Strike 2. Culberson does have a sacrifice bunt in the big leagues. This is only a 6th game. Drop down 1 bunt for a sacrifice. Just 3 for 21 at the plate. Axford could use a strikeout. And did he check it? Yes, he did. A ball and 2 strikes.
They took the bunt off with 2 strikes and able to hold up.
There's a liner, and Izturis makes the catch. Hit it off the end of the bat. Gave Izturis just enough time to get there for the out.
Yeah, waited back nicely on that Axford curveball that time, but Izturis able to time his leap perfectly. It fooled him a little bit because it was off the end of the bat, but there's a big out. Looked like off the bat it was going to be a base hit.
Here's Brandon Belt with 1 away. First at bat for Brandon Belt. Belt hitting .241 this season for the Giants. Three game. Giants have the go-ahead run at first. Axford looking for a ground ball, and there's strike 1. 2-1 to Belt. A lot of discussion with the Giants and Bruce Bochy on who to play at first base. Aubrey Huff or Brandon Belt. They tried Belt in the outfield. better suited at first. Big swing and a miss. 2-2 the count.
There's that Axford fastball up and in. That's a tough pitch for a lefty.
Aubrey Huff is still available off the bench for Bochy. Bell came in on a double switch last inning, took over at first base. Axford has him 2-2. Shearholtz at first. And Bell stays alive. Ryan Braun tied it with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. Axford trying to get through the 9th, and Belt almost hit by a pitch.
The question is, do you send Shearholtz on the 3-2 count? My guess is no.
Playing against the strikeout or the line drive that would turn into a double play, as opposed to the ground ball double play. We'll see what Bochy does. There he goes, and it's inside, ball 4. Axford let him get away. Second walk of the inning.
Kind of risky sending Shearholtz, who doesn't have great speed. Axford takes a while to get rid of it. And you get that strike him out, throw him out, but Axford missed off the inside corner.
And it's going to be Gregor Blanco, who is lightning fast. He is about as tough to double up as there is, especially coming out of the left side of the box. He'd have to hit one sharply right at an infielder for the Brewers to turn it. Has not bounced into a double play this year, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Rick Kranitz has spotted something on his way out to have a chat with Axford.
Maybe having a chat with John to remind him that he's got a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's been throwing a lot of breaking pitches in this inning. Be aggressive, get your ground ball, get the ball down, and let's get out of here.
Well, the Giants are back at the top of their order. Blanco batting for the 5th time tonight. He has walked. He's 0 for 3. Hitting .266 currently. 2 on, 1 out. And he was late. And right on cue, partner. You know he's looking fastball there, and he gets one, and he's behind it.
Still behind it. He had plenty of home plate with it. He tried him with that big fastball, and good luck to you. It was still in the back of their mind. They're thinking about the curveball.
Giants have the go-ahead run at second. And that one's lifted in the air. Shallow left. Braun coming in. Nice and easy for out number 2. That's a big one for Axford.
Back-to-back fastballs. That time able to get in on his hands, and an easy pop out to Brownian left. He wants it in. He gets it in and got in on his hands.
From your brain to Rick Kranitz's mouth to John Axford's ears. Is that about how it works?
Now one extra step there you could leave out.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Well, he's been pouring in the fastball since Kranitz's appearance. Now Brandon Crawford.
Boy, how important a hitter is this?
Nasty breaking ball in there for a strike.
Melky Cabrera on deck. This is the guy you want to end it on right here.
Crawford hitless tonight. Committed a costly error that allowed Braun to get to the plate. Looked like the Giants were going to get out of the inning. In the 8th, Bumgarner. But Crawford committed the error. He bobbled a bouncer from Aoki. Aoki was safe, and Braun delivered with a 2-run game-tying homer. 2 Giants errors tonight. Two on for the Giants. With 2 away, here's the 1-1. Got a good cut. Ball and 2 strikes. And he got him. Fastball called strike 3. Crawford is rung up as Axford holds serve in the 9th. There's a difference between an ending and a finish. Endings are imposed and inflicted. A swing and a miss, inning over. And John Axford saves another one. Finishes are earned and celebrated. Morgan way back, and that is your ball game. And he swings in the air, center field, way back, and there it goes. It's the last word, the closing act, the final step, the whole point. We don't remember the start. We never forget the finish.
Morgan, a smash up the middle, base hit to center. Here comes Romo, around third, a throw, and the Brewers win.
Well, will we have one of those finishes here tonight? It is all tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th, and Bill Schroeder, this is one of those nights. You know, the Brewers scoring 16 runs yesterday. They won 16-4, and in a season where you're desperately looking for a moment, this could be one here tonight.
Now and again, I mean, Randy Wolf, you got to tip your hat to what he was able to do tonight. He really shaky in the first inning, but after that, I mean, he was the Randy Wolf that we saw just about all last year. The bullpen coming in, a little nail biting with K-Rod and Axford, but hey, they got the job done. But what can you say about Ryan Braun? I mean, just when you need the big hit, just when you're ready to pack up the bats, and the Giants are feeling good about themselves, a 1-ball, 2-strike slider ends up into the seats, and here we are in the bottom of the 9th.
And it'll be Ricky Weeks to lead off. And as the Brewers could use a big win, Ricky Weeks could use a big hit. And wouldn't that be poetic if he should hit one out of here to win this game? He certainly has the thump to do it. Romo delivers a breaking ball strike. That's his money pitch. He throws mostly sliders and can do a lot of different things with that breaking ball as well.
It's just it's not that it's a very hard pitch to see. I mean, but it's a late breaking slider at about 77 to 80 miles an hour. Not very fast, but very tough to lay back on.
Big swing and a miss by Weeks. 0-2 the count. It's going to be interesting to see how Renicky plays it as we carry on here. If Weeks does it in it, got Kataris next, and then is Turris. Renicky's already used his other shortstop. Does have Jonathan Lucroy available. And Weeks, did he go? Yes, he did. Rung up by the first base umpire, Tim Timmons.
Well, every pitch is slider. Look at how late breaking that pitch is. Right on the outside corner. Ricky not able to hold up. And it looked like a strike anyway.
Now Bruce Bochy is on his way out. And with the left-hander George Kataris coming up, Bochy has a left-hander available in the bullpen. Jeremy Affeldt, who is just returning from the disabled list, and we'll have a double-double switch here. Emmanuel Burris will enter the game at second base. Crawford, or rather Culberson, is out. So Romo issued a walk but struck out 2. He managed to get out of the 8th, and he gets the first out of the 9th. And here comes Jeremy Affeldt, and a dependable left-handed reliever for Bruce Bochy, but he has been on the disabled list this year, just returning to action.
You got Kataris, then the switch hitter is Turris, and then remember, most of the bench players for Ron Renicky tonight are all left-handed. Morgan, Green, and Ishikawa. Only Jonathan Lucroy remains as a right-handed batter on the bench.
Jeremy Affeldt was out with a right knee injury, kind of a freak accident in late April. 32-year-old left-hander. And he'll enter with 1 out, and the base is empty as we check in with Craig Cashon and Jerry Augustine, guys.
All right, I've got the perfect candidate right here. The left-handed pitcher, Jerry Augustine. Now, the lefty Affeldt is going to face Kataris here. Explain the situation and how this one matches up.
Well, I think what Bruce Bochy is doing right there, he's just playing the percentages. You got Kataris up there who swings a good bat. He's been patient, been a good clutch hitter. So what you want to do, you're going to play the percentages late in the ball game. You got Romo, who's a kind of a breaking ball pitcher, can hang a breaking ball. Kataris can maybe drive that ball to the ballpark. So what you do is you bring in the left-hander. You got a couple left-handers coming up after him, so why not bring the lefty in?
And this is a situation, too. It's tied up. You do what you can to keep it that way, obviously, and that's what the Giants are doing right now. Is Affeldt's ready to make his 14th appearance of the game. Don't forget, afterwards, if the Brewers can pull it out right here, we've got Brewers Live coming up, our post-game report right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin, Brian.
All right, thanks, Craig. You see the numbers on Affeldt, his 14th appearance. It's his 4th appearance since returning from the disabled list. Knocked him out for a couple of weeks, that knee injury. And he's been good since his return, Rock. He's pitched in 3 innings in 3 different games and has not given up a run, has not given up a hit in those 3 games.
Yeah, he's retired the last 12 batters that he's faced. That includes 5 strikeouts, only 2 earned runs over his last 10 outings. That covers 11 innings pitched. But it only takes 1 pitch. You see Emmanuel Burris taking over in the double switch at second base.
So George Kataris. 1 gone, 3-3 ball game. Ryan Braun tied it with a 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. After an error by Brandon Crawford, kept the inning alive. George has seen nothing but lefties tonight. His first 3 plate appearances against Bumgarner. Got a walk and 2 strikeouts. Has 3 homers in just 37 at-bats this season. And a spinner in there for a strike. Pretty good pitch. 0-2 on Kataris.
And he's got a good slider, and he's going to throw a lot of them to lefties. He works away predominantly late in the game.
The 1-2 to Kataris. Down and away. Good take. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 33-year-old Jeremy Affeldt. 3.12 ERA this season. Affeldt has not given up a home run this year for the Giants. And it's 3-2 on Kataris. It's one of the reasons George is so effective against lefties. He has a great eye.
And an excellent on-base percentage at .472. He will take his walks. You have to throw him strikes.
Has more walks than strikeouts, almost twice as many. That one's inside, ball 4. And there's the base runner the Brewers are looking for as Kataris draws the walk.
Let's see if Ron Renneke goes to the bench for a pinch runner. Got Nigel Morgan available.
Jonathan Lucroy has moved into the on-deck circle. For now, Kataris will stay. There's Lucroy. He's Turris. Will bat with one away. Well, that one's into center field. Right at Gregor Blanco. Boy, tough luck for Cesar is Turris. And the crowd chanting Luke. As Jonathan Lucroy will step in with 2 away. What a day he had yesterday. He tied a franchise record with 7 RBIs. And a couple of homers, including his first career grand slam.
Yep, 7 RBIs, hitting out of the cleanup spot for the first time in his career. A home run in the first, a 2-run single in the second, and then the grand slam in the 7th inning.
Among catchers, only Carlos Ruiz has a higher batting average than Lucroy. That's a .330 average as a catcher. Overall, he's hitting .342. Lucroy is 3 for 5 as a pinch hitter this year. He's driven in 5 runs coming off the bench. 2 outs. Tie game. Lucroy joined us in the dugout on a headset earlier tonight. He talked about the fact that he wasn't starting today. It was his day off from the starting spot with Kataris catching Randy Wolf, and very matter of fact about it. He said, you know, hopefully I'll just get a chance later in the game to help my team win a game.
Yeah. Well, the way he's swinging the bat, you don't want to ever lose a game without using him. Ron Renneke feeling as though this is his shot. Outfield for the Giants, not all that deep, particularly in center field. Gregor Blanco around average depth. There's a lot of gap out there. George, not a bad running catcher.
An RBI machine in the last 10 days for Lucroy as Affeld finds a corner for strike 1. His 9th spot in the batting order today has not produced much. 3 strikeouts. Two and 1. Lucroy dominating left-handed pitchers this year. One of his 4 homers have come against lefties. A .433 hitter. George Kataris ready to run. He'd be the winning run. And the count goes to 2-2.
Yeah, good one to hit right there on a 2-1 count. Fastball up and away, and that's usually the pitch that Lucroy drives into that right center field gap. They've got Gregor Blanco shaded to left. Somewhat of a surprise. A lot of room out in that gap out there.
Full count. Jonathan Lucroy does have a walk-off memory against the San Francisco Giants. That was a squeeze bunt last year. Ended up as a hit for Lucroy. Well, now Kataris will get a head start at first base. Crowd chanting Luke. 3-2. There he goes. Lucroy spoils it foul. Full count could be big if Lucroy can find a gap or hit one down the line. George would have a great opportunity to score in that case. Raffel, third Giants hurler tonight. We'll do it again. 3-2, 2 outs. Guitarist takes off. Lucroy sends one to right. Playable. Shearholtz makes the catch. And we are headed to extra innings at Miller Park. All tied at 3 as we go to the 10th. Well, here's how we got here tonight. Our game summary. Buster Posey with a 3-run homer in the first inning. Gave the Giants an early lead. First homer for Posey since late April. Ramos Ramirez answered for the Brewers in the 6th inning. An RBI double that came with 2 outs against Madison Bumgarner. That was after Braun singled with 2 away. And then Braun with 2 outs and 2 strikes after an error delivers a monster home run to tie the game. Braun's 12th homer of the season. Now 30 runs batted in. Extra innings are presented by Jacqueline's Beef Jerky all season long. Jacqueline's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. And we want to apologize to our sponsors. We are unable to broadcast our commercials tonight. Our Master Control Studios in Houston, Texas, experiencing technical difficulties. So not only are we having some fun here in an extra inning ball game and a close game, but we've been here all night.
And loving it.
As we move on to extra frames, Jose Veras will come on to pitch. K-Rod worked to scoreless 8. Axford is scoreless 9th. And now Veras. The Brewers are 2-2 in extra inning games. Giants are 3-1. Giants defeated the Brewers in extra innings in San Francisco a couple of Sundays ago.
Jose Veras' 21st appearance so far this year. A .627 earned run average for Jose. He's had better command of that breaking pitch. That curveball last pitched on Saturday against Minnesota. Stranded 3 inherited base runners in the 7th inning. Did a heck of a job in 2/3, including a strikeout.
Veras hoping to get this one to the bottom of the 10th inning. Brewers will have Cory Hart leading off. They'll have the top of their batting order with Hart and Aoki, followed by Braun. Bruce Bochy has made a couple of double switches here. So his pitcher is currently in the 8th spot in the batting order. But this is going to be the challenge for Jose Veras. He's got to go through the muscle of this Giants order with Melky Cabrera, the National League hits leader, and Buster Posey. And you see the Giants batting order. Cabrera has 2 of the 6 hits tonight. Posey had the 3-run home run in the first.
Yeah, that's how good the Brewer pitching staff has been. And 3 hitters responsible for all the offense for the Giants.
Randy Wolf started. He went 7 innings, giving up 3 runs, all on that one swing of the bat by Posey. There's been K-Rod and Axford and now Veras. Cabrera hitting .359. Climbing the charts in the National League. He started the day 4th in the league in hitting. Now 61 hits for the season. That one's hit well to left. Braun on his horse at the track. He's got it. Ran right to the spot. He knew it had good wood on it. And there is out number 1 and a big bat to retire for Veras.
Yeah, that is a big hitter to get. That leadoff hitter in extra innings, especially when he can run the way Melky Cabrera can get around those bases. A walk, an infield hit, and that guy's going to steal.
And the dangerous Posey now. That home run Posey hit in the first inning, his first since April 27th, when a span of 69 at bats between homers. The Giants' home run leader is still Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval has been on the disabled list for a little over 2 weeks now.
Sandoval with only 5 home runs.
Posey now joins him at the top of the heap. Bouncing ball to short. He's Torres, sizes it up, and Posey is retired. Veras, 2 gone in the 10th.
I'll tell you, Veras getting it up there pretty good tonight, 95 miles an hour. Had a tough time with his curveball for a while, but he's ironed that problem out, and it's been a much better pitch for him. Got much better depth, not breaking it crossed as much, and able to throw it for strikes.
Emmanuel Burris now. His first at bat came in on the double switch last inning. Bochy with 2 double switches. Burris hitting .214 this year as Veras misses inside. 2-0 on Emmanuel Burris. Giants will have Ryan Theriot back probably Thursday. Theriot has been out with an elbow injury. That one's ripped foul. 2-1. That's worth bringing up again. We talked about it early in this game, but Angel Pagan is not healthy. He has some kind of illness and is not with the ball club. Bochy is a man short on his bench here tonight. At last report, Angel Pagan was not even here at Miller Park. I'm not sure if that has changed in the last couple of hours, but he was not here for.
Well, that was a game time 3 hours ago.
Right.
Maybe he's feeling better.
He could have been watching the game and said, you know, they may need me.
Jumped in a cab and suit up, pull a Kirk Gibson on us.
So Bochy playing a man short tonight. Well, there was a Giants error by their shortstop, Brandon Crawford, that opened the door for Braun in the 8th. Aoki reached on that E6. Braun hit one out. Bumgardner will not factor in the decision despite pitching a gem in this game. 10 strikeouts for Bumgardner. Here's the 2-2. Count goes full.
10 strikeouts, only 1 walk. And 2 of the 3 runs unearned.
7 2/3 for Bumgardner. Bochy let it ride. He left Bumgardner in there to face Braun. Quickly got to 2 strikes. And on a 1-2 pitch, Braun hit a rocket out of here to tie it. Veras hoping to keep it that way. 3-2 on the way. A liner, left field line. That is a foul ball, not by much.
Wow.
Yikes.
That would have been trouble. Burris can run. That might have been a triple. Doing a good job going right with it. A fastball up and away and just misses that left field line by half a foot.
And now Veras is trying to move Braun toward the line.
Yeah. Brawny's not even looking at him.
Braun said, yeah, I got it.
You pitch, I'll play left.
And Ed Cedar will set the outfielders. See what Veras has in mind for him here. Full count. The speedy Emmanuel Burris. You figure this just goes back to the Bill Schroeder. You have a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah. 95 with some movement. I mean, that ball that he just threw, 95, and it was going away from him. Here it is, hit it. Pretty good chance he's not going to hit it out of the ballpark.
Does not have a home run this year. He is a speed player, a slap hitter. Two outs, 10th inning in a 3-3 game. And he got him with a hook. Shock and awe.
Right down the middle.
Veras with a spinner strikes out Burris to end the inning.
I just got done talking about the fact that Veras has been working on that breaking pitch, and you see the angle of the break on it. It used to be earlier in the year more across and flat. That was straight down, and Veras, all he could do was watch it go by. He was completely fooled. What a pitch by Veras.
That's a big inning for Veras, and a 3-up, 3-down frame. We head to the bottom of the 10th. All tied at 3 as we send it back out to our Brewers live set. Craig Kashawn and Jerry Augustine.
All right, well, Cory Hart is set to lead off for the Brewers in the bottom of the 10th, top of the order, and he is hitless in this game. But I'll tell you what, Jerry, the top of the order through this homestand so far has done a real nice job of setting the table. Cory Hart, multi-hit games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Aoki doing the job as well. They've really come through it nicely.
Yes, they have, and I tell you, it's important for this ball club. You want to get that leadoff part of the order to get on base and set the stage for Ryan and Ramos Ramirez. You know, tonight you got in the 8th inning, you had Aoki hit a ball to shortstop, hustling down the line, made Brandon Crawford rush a little bit right here. He tried to rush a little bit, was not able to come up, and Aoki beat it out, set the stage for Ryan Braun.
And Ryan Braun crushed a home run right here, his 12th of the season, with 2 down in the 8th inning. And that's why we're in extra innings right now. How about one more big swing of the bat here? Some heavy hitters on the way as you take a look at the inbox game score. We've got Brewers Live coming up after the ball game, Brian.
All right, thanks a lot, Craig. And that's where we are, Rock, top of the order with Cory Hart, who was hitless tonight. And his first game playing defense. And you brought up the notion, you know, playing defense, playing first base for the first time this year. You wonder if that has any effect on his hitting. Now he knows he can finish this ball game. He doesn't have to play first base anymore with one swing of the bat.
Well, I think a little bit of that 0 for 4 has to do with Madison Bumgarner. He was pretty good tonight. Not much going on offensively for either team tonight, except for the 2 home runs.
So it'll be hard to start it. And Affeldt back on the mound. You figure Affeldt's going to face Aoki if he gets to him, and then we'll see what happens after that. Bouncer to short on the first pitch. 1 away.
Yeah, there is no activity in that Giants bullpen. That's interesting. It really is. Aoki up, and then Ryan Braun. Got a number of right-handers down in that bullpen. 4 of them left. Another left-hander out there, Javier Lopez. And with Ryan Braun coming up after Aoki, they do not have a right-hander getting loose.
Nori Aoki with 1 away.
That'd be a good time for Aoki to hook one down that right field line. A lot of room down there. They have him shaded over towards center.
Got a big cut. Spins out of there. I figure the only guy not available for Bruce Bochy is Lou, who went 3 innings yesterday in a loss to the A's. Giants dropping a ball game yesterday to their Bay Area rivals. And he's sticking with Affeldt here. Nori Aoki hitless tonight, robbed of a couple of hits by Joaquin Arias. He's hit .308 against left-handers this year. He's seeing nothing but lefties today. New culture, new country, new team. And oh yeah, The only time you're going to play is when a left-hander's on the mound. Go get him. Braun will be next. Unless Aoki ends it. It's 2-2.
Got Aoki positioned in the infield about as much straight away as you're going to see any hitter played in all of baseball. That's the way it was back in the old days.
Got him. Curveball struck him out. 2 gone in the inning. And here comes Ryan Braun. AFL will stay. And Braun with 2 outs in the 10th. In the 8th inning, Braun with 2 outs and 2 strikes. Delivered the game-tying homer. Number 12 of the season for Braun. He's driven in 30 on the season now. He steps up there once again with a chance to end it. Ryan Braun was looking for a fastball right down the middle on the first offering from AFL.
It was low. And Ryan walking around home plate. Marty Foster staring at him.
Braun hits it hard, but right at the second baseman Burris, and the side is retired. And let's carry on here. We head to the 11th inning. All tied at 3, the Brewers and the Giants. And moving into extra frames again. The Brewers and the Giants played an extra inning game in San Francisco a couple of Sundays ago. The Giants ended up winning that ball game, Rock. These extra inning games, especially for the home team, you can start to get into a home run mentality. And I know managers are always leery of that when you have the last at bat to end the ball game.
That's why a lot of times these things aren't won in the 10th and 11th innings. They go 15, 16 innings. That would be a
bite your tongue.
That would be a perfect night for this tonight, wouldn't it? I will say one thing. Lately, the Brewers have been really doing a lot of promoting of Jack Links, haven't they? This is the Brewers' 5th extra inning game, and they've been piling them up lately.
It's our extra inning sponsor, by the way.
If you haven't noticed,
shuttle Jack Links reference from Bill Schroeder. Well, it's going to be Veras again here in this 11th inning. He's going to try to give Ron Renicky 2 here tonight. 2 innings out of the bullpen.
And again, I think that he has it in him. It was a relatively quick inning for Veras, in the 10th. So we will see what he's able to do.
I feel like answering a text, or rather a tweet question at FS Wisconsin. Can you explain the double switch? Bochy's done it twice today.
Yeah, I mean, basically what it does is the manager has to go to the umpire and replace the position player in the pitcher's spot in the batting order before he brings a pitcher in. And when he does that, he's able to get the pitcher in a spot in the batting order that's not going to come up for a while. Well, there's a lot of times the pitcher's spot will be due up second. He'll get do the double switch, and he'll put the position player in the pitcher's spot. And then the pitcher will bat in an area where maybe the position player made the last out or one of the last out. So that's an opportunity for a manager to bring a pitcher in that he's thinking he wants to pitch multiple innings and not have him hit.
Which is exactly what AFL did. Nigel Morgan is in the game in left field. Ryan Braun is out. And that complicates things a little bit for the Brewers. Braun just made the last out. His bat no longer available as Nigel Morgan takes over. So Ron Renicky continues to whittle down his roster. Masonette, Lucroy, and now Braun all out of the ball game. Joaquin Arias. Arias, Shearholtz, and then the pitcher spot due up for the Giants. We have not heard why Braun left this game just yet. We are efforting that. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know. Arias has 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 4. Got a triple and a single. Got to hurry here. Right off the end of the bat is Turris. Let it go, and just in time. In the 6-6 frame of the first baseman Cory Hart. See if we can pick anything up here on the last ground out by Ryan Braun.
He hits it hard right at second base, but kind of pulling up, limping into first base. Talking to Garth Orja, and apparently it was enough to get him out of the ball game. That's a big loss for the Brewers here in extra innings.
Braun has been nursing off and on that tight Achilles. Morgan, his replacement in left. Nate Shearholtz with 1 away. That was a nice play by his Turris on a speedy base runner.
Yeah, that's about as tough a play as a shortstop gets, especially when a guy can run like Arias is able to get down the line. No room for error at all. Got to get rid of it quickly out of the glove and make a strong throw to first. He's made all the plays. He made an error in yesterday's ball game for the most part. He's done exactly what the Brewers have asked him to do in the absence of Gonzalez. Plays solid defensively, and he does.
Three balls and no strikes to Shearholtz. That one's in there. Strike one. Nate Shearholtz. He's got a little pop. 3 home runs this season. AT&T Park, a tough place to hit homers. Yeah, good pitch. Well located. Not much Shearholtz could do with that one.
Yeah, there's that movement we were talking about. Not just good velocity, but watch the way it goes away from Shearholtz. Ends up off the outside corner. That's a good combination. Big velocity and big movement.
Well, the Cardinals have gone final tonight. They had a comeback win against the Padres. St. Louis scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th after the Padres had taken a 3-2 lead. Cardinals win 4-3 over San Diego. Brewers need a win to keep within 5 games of the front runners in the Central. In and out of the middle of Kataris, and Shearholtz will live to see another pitch. Astros beat the Cubs. 8-4 was the final. Bud Norris 5-1, a 3.14 ERA.
Well, he looked good against the Brewers in Houston. Wow.
He's starting to look like an upper echelon starting pitcher, Bud Norris. Got him. Big fastball. And Veras strikes out Shearholtz for the second out.
Yep, climbed the ladder on Shearholtz. Got him up in the zone that time at 94 miles an hour. Swings right through it. Lefties like it down. Veras elevated it and got it by him.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Getting their money's worth this year.
They are lately. Wow.
Yeah, whoever signed up that deal, give him a parking spot.
And Brewers in their 5th extra inning game. You know, the Washington Nationals have more extra inning games than any team in the National League. They played 7.
Wow. Aubrey Huff pinch hitting. 1 for 6 off the bench this season. Been a very difficult season for Aubrey Huff, on the disabled list for anxiety disorder. Just coming back from the DL. on May 7th. Has yet to start a game for Bochy. Bochy said before the game he would try to get Huff a start at some point on this road trip. Don't know if it'll be here in Milwaukee or not. Giants are headed to Miami after this series with the Brewers as Huff pops it up. Only one infielder over there. That's Ramirez. It'll have to be him. No problem. And we head to the bottom of the 11th. We have some walk-off magic for the Milwaukee Brewers. They come to bat in the home 11th in a 3-3 tie as we check in with Craig.
Well, you know, Jerry, I want to hit what Veras was able to do. Multiple innings. We don't see that from him very often. Did a really good job out of the bullpen. Veras, 2 very strong innings for Ron Renicky.
And you need your bullpen. You know, you get in these type of games and you think about baseball throughout the year, your bullpen's going to get 30 or 40 decisions. When you get late in the ball games, you can have a guy come in, get those multiple innings. Very important to the ball club.
Next, the Brewers are going to go to bat with Aramis Ramirez up first in the 11th inning. You go back to the 6th inning. He had the big double that drove in the first run of the game for the Brewers, taking the ball the other way. Saturday, he had a big 2-run home run as well to help tie the ball game late. So some clutch hitting. This could be another circumstance for him to try to come through with one swing of the bat.
Well, usually in this part of the game, when you go up there, especially you got a relief pitcher come in, you're going to go up there probably for that first pitch. Try to look for something you can drive. After he gets if he gets ahead of you, then you got to look to drive the ball the other way. Aramis Ramirez has been having good approaches at the plate. Hopefully he can start something right here for the Brewers.
And of course, he had the day off yesterday too, so well rested. Delivered once tonight. Can he deliver again? We will find out. He's set to lead off the 11th inning for the Brew Crew. We are still tied 3-3, guys.
All right, thanks, Craig. Thank you, Jerry. And well, 2 home runs tonight, 2 big ones. The Giants started it. Buster Posey against Randy Wolf. This was in the first inning, a 3-run homer. Posey's 5th homer of the season. And it gave the Giants the early lead. Randy Wolf settled down, pitched well, went 7 innings tonight. And then it was Ryan Braun with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 8th. Launches one deep to left. And that tied it. 2 unearned runs against Bumgarner. It was an error by the shortstop Crawford that set up the Braun at bat.
And that's really been sinking the Giants all year. Bad defense, and that cost them this game, at least in 9 innings. But it was interesting watching Randy Wolf in that first inning. I mean, he looked pretty good. He got the first hitter, and then he had control problems. He walked a couple of guys. He fell behind Posey, gave up the home run, and didn't look good the rest of the night. I'm not sure what happened after that home run, but whatever it was, remember that.
He shut the Giants out the next 6 innings. Neither starter will factor in the decision, as you see Clay Hensley.
Yep, 235 earned run average in his 20th game here tonight. Has not allowed a home run.
So here is Ramirez. That was a game-ending type swing. By the way, you got an update from Mike Vasallo, Brewers Media Relations Director. Ryan Braun left this game with tightness in the groin, so he is out. It's not the Achilles. And the Brewers running out of bodies. We already mentioned that Bruce Bochy is a man short because Angel Pagan is ill and not available tonight.
Yep, the only guy left on Bochy's bench is their other catcher, Hector Sanchez. Ron Renicky has Taylor Green and Travis Ishikawa.
And then the pitchers will get a chance. Starting pitchers in a game like this, they're begging for 15, 16 innings. Get an at-bat.
You really think so?
I don't know. I think so. Look at Greinke. Can't wait to hit. He's even sitting next to a hitter now.
I'd be smiling too the way he's been throwing the baseball. 1 run in his last 3 starts.
He's looking like he's back in Cy Young form of 2009.
Yeah, Randy Wolf is sitting in that dugout tonight thinking, you know what, you got 16 runs yesterday. What about me?
Wolf got just enough to get him off the hook tonight. Thanks to the Ryan Braun 2-out homer in the 8th. The Stars have delivered in this game. Braun with 2 hits. Posey had the 3-run homer. Melky Cabrera with 2 hits tonight as well. Aramis Ramirez looking for 1 mistake from Clay Hensley.
He just threw that last pitch at 69 miles an hour.
And that one missed, not by much. Ramirez draws the walk. That's his 2nd walk of the game, and the Brewers have the potential winning run at first base.
Oh, that one didn't miss by much. Man. Ramirez convinced early that that pitch was off the plate, and he was right.
Hensley used to pitch for Bochy in San Diego. Was a starter for the Padres in 06. Now this gives Carlos Gomez a chance to do what he does so well. Use the bunting game. And Gomez pulls it back, takes a strike. All tied at 3 in the 11th.
Arias right on top of him, the 3rd baseman. He's got to bunt it toward first base. Belt's got to hold him on, but Belt's a left-handed throwing first baseman, making that throw to second a bit easier.
Gomez gets a bunt down right back to the mound. Hensley goes to second, and the out is recorded. So Gomez unable to execute the sacrifice. Giants get the lead out at second base.
They bunted it too hard right back at the pitcher, making an easy play at second. And Crawford knew he couldn't double him up. He got the shore out.
Well, we'll see if Gomez tries to steal a base here. Just coming off the disabled list yesterday with a hamstring injury. Is 100%. He's good to go, and we'll see how fresh those legs are. Ricky Weeks with 1 away. If there is ever a hitter who could use a moment, it is Ricky Weeks.
Yes, sir. He is due.
Weeks is 1 out of 4 tonight. Has a single to right. He lined out in the 7th. A strikeout, and he reached on a fielder's choice.
Yeah, Hensley pretty quick to home plate. I mean, he doesn't have that big high leg kick. We'll give you the slide step. Posey not a bad thrower. But with a 100% healthy Carlos Gomez, it really doesn't matter.
Gomez is 5 for 7 in stolen base attempts this year. Stays put. Weeks takes one inside. Ball 2. Ricky Weeks, an all-star last year, mired in the toughest slump of his career. And it goes to 2-1. Gomez unable to get the bunt down. And so far, trying to get a read on Hensley. He has not budged from first base. 2-1 to Weeks. 3 balls and a strike.
Man, amazing that Gomez hadn't tried to steal. He must not be 100%. Or at least the Brewers don't want him chancing it at this point. But I mean, if there's ever an opportunity to run, it would be on this pitch right here. 3-1.
He trusts Weeks' eye to take. It's a ball. He stays put. Weeks fouls it back. Full count to Weeks. George Gutaris will be next unless Ricky ends it here. Outfield very deep for the Giants. They're trying to protect from an extra base hit, which would allow Gomez to score from first. Hensley has been able to pin Gomez to first base. Full count. There he goes. Weeks lifts it in the air. Arias just inside the line in fair territory. Ricky is retired. 2 outs in the inning. And it'll be George Gutaris.
Well, they've had a left-hander, Javier Lopez, getting loose in that bullpen the entire inning. I think George has home run power. He's been getting loose for this situation. You got Gutaris, the switch hitter, and nothing but left-handed pinch hitters left for Ron Renicky. But once again, Bruce Bochy's going to stick with his right-hander.
See Javi Lopez down there, the left-hander. Hensley has been pitching with the Marlins the last couple of years. Started his career in San Diego and reuniting with Bruce Bochy in San Francisco this season. He has been good out of the pen.
And he really does it with good location, movement. He doesn't throw very hard. 84 is about what he's topped out at tonight. Used to have that heavy sinker, threw a little bit harder in his younger days, but not anymore.
Full complement of salad.
A lot of off-speed deliveries.
2-0 to Gutaris. George has walked twice tonight, has 2 strikeouts as well. This is the first at bat tonight for Gutaris against a right-hander. His other 4 against lefties, Affeld and Bumgarner. Two and one.
There's that 84 right there. A little bit of a wrinkle in it. The pitch before was 87.
Brewers looking for a big hit. They got one in the 8th from Braun, who tied this game. 2 outs, bottom of the 11th, in a 3-3 tie. Potential winning run at first. And that one caught the corner, and George not happy with that call. 2-2 the count.
Yeah, pretty close. Marty Foster gives it to Clay Hensley.
2-2. And Gutaris beats it into the ground. Burris makes the play, and we move on. We head to the 12th. Extra innings continues here at Miller Park. Still tied at 3 as Clay Hensley holds serve for the Giants in the bottom of the 11th. Back out to Craig and Augie.
Okay, Ron Renicky getting his pen out. We get our pen out. What's the next move coming up? Well, we know this much, that the bullpen has done a very nice job. Randy Wolf made it through 7 strong innings. And then K-Rod, Axe, and Veras. Veras pitching the final 2 innings so far in this game, the 10th and 11th inning. But they've come through with a combined 5 strikeouts and have held the Giants to just 1 hit over that span.
I'll tell you what, you got a close ball game. You got an opportunity to keep it close. You have to get your bullpen to throw the ball well. K-Rod did a nice job for an inning. Axe came in, and Veras came in, been throwing the ball very well. Got to have that bullpen. They have a lot to do with your season and how it goes. Here we see Axe striking out, getting out of 9th inning, and Veras coming. 2 quality innings. Getting up 1, 2, 3 in both innings. That's what you need out of your bullpen.
Veras coming up with 2 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work. And here's what the bullpen bullies have been able to do against the Giants tonight. Again, just 1 hit, so they've really limited the Giants' base running opportunities and opportunities to put anybody in scoring position over the last 5 innings. So we remain tied 3-3, and we now move to the top of the 12th inning here at Miller Park as extra innings continues with Brian and Bill.
Can't think of anybody I'd rather spend time with tonight than Craig and Augie and Telly and you, Rock.
I agree. This is good.
Hopefully the Brewers are going to be able to walk off with a victory here tonight. Double switch for Ron Roenicke. Taylor Green will enter the game at second base. Ricky Weeks is out. And Manny Parra is on the mound in case Roenicke needs multiple innings out of him. He's set up to do so.
Man, Manny's been throwing the baseball pretty well as of late. Then he took his first loss on Saturday. He gave up an earned run in 2 innings of work. Allowed the go-ahead home run to Trevor Plouffe in the 11th inning. That split-fingered fastball has been a very good pitch for Manny Parra.
So it is Parra's turn to try to get the Brewers back to the dugout. Still tied. 12th inning from Miller Park. And Brandon Belt will lead off. Starters long gone, Randy Wolf and Madison Bumgarner. Randy Wolf gave up 3 runs in 7 innings. All 3 of those runs came in the first on a Buster Posey homer. And then Wolf settled down and pitched a good ball game.
Yeah, Giants haven't scored in 10 innings. But here we sit in the 12th.
Jose Veras, a nice job tonight, giving Roenicke 2 innings out of the bullpen. And K-Rod a scoreless 8th. Axford worked a scoreless 9th. Veras had the 10th and the 11th without a blemish. A bullpen buster. Brewers are 2-2 in extra frames this year. Giants have won 3 out of 4. Brewers and the Giants went 11 innings on the 6th of May. That was a game Travis Ishikawa tied it up. Brewers were down to their last out. Ishikawa doubled to even the score, and the Giants eventually won in the 11th. Belt batting for just the 2nd time. He walked his first time up. And a big swing and a miss. Manny Parra strikes him out.
There's that splitter. It's been a good pitch for Manny. Gets ahead in the count. Gets 2 strikes on a hitter, whether it's a lefty or a right-hander. Drops that split on him, and well done, down in the dirt.
Top of the order, Gregor Blanco now with 1 away. Hitless today, although he did walk in the 2nd. 0 for 4. Well, the Batchers trying to stay away from is Melky Cabrera and Buster Posey. And the Brewers could do that if Parra retires the side in order and the Brewers score and win in the bottom of this 12th inning. Remember, Ryan Braun is out of the game. A groin injury after his last at bat. Nigel Morgan in his spot in the batting order. Roenicke has just 1 player left on his bench, Travis Ishikawa. Right back to the mound. Parra shovels it to Cory Hart. 2 outs. Well, Ron Roenicke wanted to get Cory Hart some work at first base today. He's getting a little bonus activity over there in his first start at first base since 2006. It has been a mental grind for Hart between every batter. He has been trying to get the right position, concentrating on where he needs to be. It's different for him in right field.
And most people think, you know, first base, you just go over there and you catch throws from the infield, but it's a lot more complex than that. You know, fielding your position, knowing where to go in a cutoff, you know, bunt plays, something that they don't have to worry about playing in the outfield. And sometimes, as we said, you know, way back at around 7 o'clock tonight, you know, sometimes you take that stuff into the dugout.
As Parra hits Brandon Crawford.
And that's the last thing you want to do with Melky Cabrera coming up. Yep, got him right on the back of the arm, and Crawford a base runner here in the 12th.
So Crawford is aboard, and there's the go-ahead run for the Giants with Cabrera, one of the best hitters in the National League this season, at the plate. Back on the right side, the switch hitter. As a right-handed batter in this game, Cabrera has one hit. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. That was against Randy Wolf.
Yeah, batting average, you know, for Cabrera as a right-handed batter, 426 coming in. And not bad from the left side either, 325.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say that's his his worst side.
He doesn't have a weak side. He's got a better side, not a weak side.
Parra has him down 0-2. And a check on Crawford. Crawford looks like he wants to run.
Well, you figure this is going to be a split-fingered fastball situation. That's not a bad pitch to run on if you're going to take off.
Crawford does not have a successful steal attempt this year. He's 0 for 2. Stays put, Crawford. And Cabrera takes a ball. A good take. Two outs in a 3-3 game in the 12th. And Cabrera beats it into the ground, foul. Got a dangerous hitter coming up next, Buster Posey. Dangerous hitter at the plate, Melky Cabrera. Well, the Giants are going to get Pablo Sandoval back this year. Had surgery on his wrist, the hamate bone. And you can see how he could change their lineup. Gives them 3 big weapons in the middle of the order.
And not to say any one of them is a big home run threat, but you know, they all have the ability to take you out of the ballpark. They don't have the numbers, but a lot of that has to do with where they play their home games.
A 1-2 pitch. Cabrera sends it foul. It's a lot of hitters swing and miss at that pitch. Cabrera, great back control and able to foul it away. It's been quite a renaissance for Melky Cabrera. There's a lot of folks wondering if his career was starting to tail off. He lost a lot of weight, got himself in great shape. Has responded well for the Giants this year. And he lines out one into left field. Base hit for Cabrera. Man, that guy's a tough hitter.
That went down and got a split-fingered fastball. You can see the way he just bent the knees, went down, level swing, and hit a bullet in the left. That was a nice at bat. He got behind in the count quickly. Look at the way he levels himself out, bends the knees, gets down, and a nice level swing and a line drive into left field. Watch the knees. Watch him go down after this pitch. Well done.
Tip your hat.
Goes down and gets it, and there's the result. A lot of guys are just going to take the regular swing on that. Do a little bit of an uppercut. Cabrera leveled it out and was rewarded.
And now Parra in the danger zone here. Buster Posey. The go-ahead run at second. 2 on, 2 out. Parra got 2 quick outs. Then he hit Brandon Crawford. Well, again, you go through the Giants batting order here, and you've got Emmanuel Burris on deck. Risky to load the bases, especially with Manny Parra, who throws a lot of wild pitches with that split finger fastball. It's 3-0 on Posey. He's been known to swing away 3-0. He has the green light always.
Well, this is certainly a situation where you would think he would. And look out if he throws a strike.
The 3-0. Posey takes a strike. Well placed fastball from Parra. Parra has such a good splitter. You forget about the 94-mile-an-hour fastball he has. It can be a big weapon. 3-1. Back to the heater. Fly ball, right field. Aoki giving chase. And Aoki makes the catch. Nori Aoki crashing into the wall. What a play to end the inning in foul territory. Like he's played here his whole life. Nori Aoki, what a beauty.
Yep, had a long way to go. How about the fastball by Manny Parra to get in on the hands of Buster Posey on a 3-1 fastball. Came all the way back. He fell behind 3-0. Able to get him on a 3-1 fastball. That's the thing. I mean, I think you remember when Rick Kranitz went out and talked to John Axford, where he was having a little bit of trouble with his curveball. He went out there, I guarantee, he said, hey, man, you can throw hard, throw 95, 97, go after him. So Manny Parra shows you sometimes you don't want to live by this all that much, but even when you get down in the count, you've got enough on that heater to be able to get it by a pretty good hitter. And he got in on Posey, and Posey with an out into right field. That's a big pitch.
It's like Evie LaLouche, man. I want to bring him to heat. It's a good call. I like it.
I wouldn't live by 3-1 fastballs all that often, but
to Buster Posey.
But again, I mean, that just goes to show, and you said it, right before that. I mean, he's got enough on his fastball to be able to, get by once in a while when you get behind in the count. But for the most part, Manny hasn't had to do that. He's been getting ahead in the count. He's had a lot of confidence. I think when we talked about in spring training, he lost all of last year to injury, and he had a chance to reflect and think about his career, and he thought that he was thinking a little bit too much, trying to be too cute out there. But go out there, get strike one, and then go after him with the splitter, and that's the success that he's had this year. Really, it hasn't been the big fastball late in the count. It's been the fastball early in the count, and the splitter, the put-away pitch late in the count.
Well, he just got through a scoreless 12. The Brewers a chance with a chance to win it. And how about some memories, Rock? We take you down memory lane. Prince Fielder walked off the Giants in 09. And this was memorable for the walk-off home run, but more memorable for the explosion at home plate. And that drew the ire of the Giants, who were in the thick of a pennant race. That's still one of my favorite moments in Brewers history. And then last year, it was Jonathan Lucroy with a squeeze bunt. Ended up as a single for Lucroy. Ryan Braun scored the run. And a couple of walk-off memories for the Brewers against the San Francisco Giants. And looking to tack one more on to the highlight reel as we head to the bottom of the 12th. It'll be Cesar Izturis.
That whole bomb thing. The guy that I like watching in that whole thing is Craig Counsell.
Yes, and David Weathers is pretty priceless as well. Somebody had to drag David Weathers down. And of all people, the future Hall of Fame closer Trevor Hoffman was right in the middle of it. I mean, it really upset the Giants.
Yeah.
And it upset a lot of teams around baseball, but it was a lot of fun. Too bad. That was the year the Brewers were just looking for any reason to enjoy themselves. They were a struggling ball club and finding all kinds of walk-off moments. You know, there was a time when everybody ran out of the dugout into the clubhouse. There was nobody on the field.
Oh, well.
Even an old-school Bill Schroeder brought a smile to his face.
I don't know if it was a smile as much of it was just a complete surprise. I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
Complete, what the heck just happened here?
You've got to be kidding me. What was that?
As Turris pops it up. Arias is there for out number 1. So pick your favorite Brewer here.
I don't know if you can pick out counts, but
there's the last one down in the blue top. It's priceless. Ken Maka, Todd Coffey. Look at some of those names. Jeff Suppan.
Yeah.
Former Brewers. Dave Bush. So here's Taylor Green with 1 away. You know, Taylor Green has not hit a home run in the major leagues. Just saying. Green coming in on a double switch.
Is that a call you're saying?
I'm just saying. Just saying he hasn't hit one yet. I like that swing, though.
That's a pretty good pitch. It took a little off the sinker. I'm not sure what that pitch is, but it takes a little bit off, and the Brewers have been out in front of it.
Clay Hensley at a scoreless 11th, working here on the 12th. Ball and 2 strikes on Taylor Green, his first at bat of the night. And he got him. Hensley struck him out on a off-speed pitch. 2 outs in the inning. Back to the top of the order. It's the second time this year we've had a double sausage race at Miller Park. And if I'm not mistaken, Chorizo won the 2 races earlier this year. And I have no idea who won the 6th inning race, but Chorizo was your winner. And just rubbing it in. I mean, you talk about act like you've been there before, Chorizo. My goodness.
The belt. He gives him the belt. Feeling pretty good about himself. Kind of disappears for a day and then starts winning races again.
That's got to end up on Aaron Rodgers' Twitter page, right? Cory Hart with 2 away. If the Brewers don't score, we're going to have to get into the Jack Links, our extra inning sponsor. That's why it's a perfect sponsor for extra innings.
Is there any back there?
Oh, absolutely. Big box. In there for a strike. What are we calling that pitch? At 67 miles an hour. Slow curveball?
Curveball. It's curveball.
He has got the kitchen sink working, Clay Hensley. Got Hart down a ball and 2 strikes, and there it is again, missed high. 69 miles an hour.
I don't know what Hensley calls it, but that's a curveball.
2-2 to Hart. Full count to Hart.
Make a mistake with that sinker right here. Leave it up in the zone.
Hart is hitless tonight. 0 for 5. 3-2 pitch and almost hit him. Ball 4. Hart is aboard with 2 away, and there is the potential winning run with Marichka Aoki coming up.
Wasn't about to challenge him with a fastball, was he? A couple of slow curveballs late in the count. Saying, if you're going to beat me here, it's going to have to be on a curveball. I'm not going to make a mistake with my fastball.
Bruce Bochy on his way out. Another double switch, his 3rd of the night. Going to bring on the left-hander to face Aoki. Well, those West Coast games are creeping up on us. Cardinals won earlier today. They beat the Padres in St. Louis 4-3. And the Astros defeating the Chicago Cubs 8-4. Some news and notes. You got Gio Gonzalez beating the Phillies tonight. Phillies are really struggling offensively. Nationals a 2-1 victory. Gonzalez 9 strikeouts. Michael McHenry for the Pirates. As Pittsburgh winning 5-4. McHenry had a hit. He had a 2-run homer off Santana. Mike Leake, Cincinnati starter. 8 innings against the Atlanta Braves tonight. 6 Ks, and the Reds winning. They took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees.
Braves are a pretty good hitting ball club. That's a pretty good outing.
The artist formerly known as Mike, Giancarlo Stanton, had a hit tonight at a grand slam off Jamie Moyer. His 2nd grand slam in the last 10 days. Chris Johnson with the Astros. A couple of hits, including a homer. Astros beat the Cubs. Cubs scored 4 runs in the 9th inning. Lopsided game at Minute Maid Park. Tyler Green of the Cardinals had 3 hits, including a homer. Comeback win for the Cardinals against the Padres. And a former Brewer in spring training, Matt Trainer, hit a 2-run homer. And the Dodgers leading the Diamondbacks 2-1 in the 7th. Those are the 2 teams the Brewers will face on the next road trip, the Diamondbacks and then the Dodgers. Javi Lopez, the left-hander, in for Bochy.
Well, this guy's got a tough arm angle for left-handers, and that's why he's in right now. You've got Aoki and then Nigel Morgan. He's in the game for Ryan Braun, who left with a groin strain. You see his numbers: an ERA under 1, 3-0 in his 19th game here tonight, and has not allowed a home run.
Hector Sanchez will come in to catch. Buster Posey is out on the double switch for Bochy. So the bench is empty for the Giants. Ishikawa the only one left for the Brewers. Aoki against another lefty. With Cory Hart at first. 3-3 game, bottom 12. Brewers played a 13-inning game against the Cubs earlier this year. That was a win. Your mind just won't let you stand in there and take one for the team, will it? Aoki spins out of the way.
It's instinctive to get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt. Besides, he's going to rip one down the line and score Cory here. That's what he's thinking.
I was just thinking about the legendary manager Buttermaker, the Bad News Bears. Lean into one.
If he's able to and get one down that right field line, this game's going to be over.
Giants do not think Aoki can pull the baseball.
There is a lot of room down there in the corner. Cory's going to be able to score standing up.
2-0 on Aoki. Whoa. I think that one went through him. 3 balls and no strikes as Aoki was waiting for the pain.
And not even close, off the inside corner, and Aoki somehow able to get out of the way.
Wow. Well, you know, Aoki will be very patient here. 3-0. And that one's in there.
He doesn't give an inch up there against lefties, does he? Keeps that front shoulder closed. Just daring him to come inside. If he hits him, that's fine. That's why he's got that elbow pad right on top of home plate.
Javier Lopez. And there's ball 4. Boy, that changes the inning. Now the Brewers have the potential winning run in scoring position. And the man who delivered one of the biggest hits in franchise history, Nyjer Morgan, will step in. It was his hit that scored Gomez in the NLDS last year, Game 5. That sent the Brewers to the LCS. And he'll hit for Braun. He came in defensively. Morgan with his first trip to the plate in a big spot. 2 on. The only one that counts is Hart at second base. The Giants with 2 away. And Morgan takes a ball low. Ramos Ramirez would be next.
And a right-hander getting loose quickly out in that Giants bullpen should Ramirez get a bat in his hand.
The San Francisco native, Nyjer Morgan, trying to win one against his childhood team. In there for a strike. Morgan's putting together a pretty good homestand here. He was 4 for 9 on this homestand.
It's going to be very difficult for Cory to score on anything into the outfield that's right at one of the fielders, because they're very shallow and out there, not too far from home plate.
Ball 2.
See how shallow they are all around in the outfield. Unless they have to move a considerable distance, it's going to be tough for Cory to score.
This will be Lopez's last hitter, you would think. As Morgan bounces one towards short, Crawford makes the play. And we carry on at Miller Park. 12 in the books, still tied at 3. And to the 13th we go. We check in with Craig Kashawn and Jerry Augustine in our Brewers live set.
Well, the beat goes on. How about this 3-3 game as we go to the 13th inning now, and Brewers with their biggest threat they've had in some time, with especially with the runner in scoring position right there. Nyjer Morgan making his first at bat of the game, coming in for Ryan Braun, who of course left with that groin injury. But let's take a look pitch by pitch, and it's Lopez against Morgan.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lopez comes from way down the side. It's tough for a left-hander because it looks like it's coming way out from the side. First he threw a fastball down, came back with a fastball right down the outside part of the plate for a strike. Then threw another fastball, ended up coming back with the fastball down the middle. Nyjer just turned it over, rolled it over to the shortstop.
Sure, this is one of these rare games where really from the actually the 8th inning on, after the Braun home run, really no offense, really no big offensive threats whatsoever. The bullpens for each side have done a nice job.
Well, they really have. They've gone out throwing strikes, getting ahead of the hitters. You know, what you want to do is you need that bullpen to come through and tie ball games, especially when you're getting games like this come through. And on both sides, we all know about the San Francisco bullpen. They're very, very good. That's what they're noted for. But this Brewer bullpen tonight has been very good also.
All right, at least one more inning to go here. We go to the 13th, and then we'll be all set for Brewers Live postgame. Full coverage coming up as Manny Parra is still on the hill, Brian.
All right, thanks a lot, Craig. Hey, Augie, you got an inning in you tonight, partner?
I'll tell you what, I think I'll put my shoes on and go out to the bullpen.
You know Augie's got an inning in him. He can get a lefty out.
He can get into some catchings, too. He still can.
You should see Augie at fantasy camp. He just buries fantasy campers. By the way, how's fantasy camp coming along, Rock?
Wonderful. Yeah, things are going well.
Sign-up sheets going well.
Yep. We're going to be on Twitter soon.
Ooh, really?
Officially.
Wow.
We're already on it, but
you're not completely active yet.
I'm a little removed from it because I don't know how to do it.
Well, good luck with that. Emmanuel Burris leads off. Manny Parra in his second inning of work. came in on a double switch. Bochy has made 3 double switches tonight and is completely empty on his bench.
And one position player left for either team. That's Travis Ishikawa. Losing my voice, partner.
It's all right. Hang in there, partner.
I'm all right.
I got it from here on out if you need to take off. I mean, if anybody knows about an extra inning game, it's Bill Schroeder.
25 innings?
25. How many did you catch?
12.
Less than half.
But I think the broadcasters had commercial breaks.
Tonight is a night we do not have commercial breaks, thanks to technical difficulties in Houston, Texas. So we are commercial free tonight. Good night to be commercial free. Three balls and a strike on Burris. And there's a shot. Oh, Taylor Green, finish it off.
Nice.
What a play by Green. And the speedy Burris is cut down, robbed of a hit.
It doesn't get any better than that. Taylor Green able to get up, make his throw to first base, and there's a big out to lead off the 13th. Thought that ball was going to be in the center field for a base hit. Boy, that changes the complexion of this inning. Well done. Look at the hop he got. In between hop, able to keep it in the glove and get the out.
The Brewers minor league player of the year last year, Taylor Green. Beautiful play at second for the first out. Here is Joaquin Arias now. Into right. Playable for Aoki. 2 outs.
I think what helped Taylor Green a little bit on there. You see the ball the way it's deflected a little bit toward him after it hits the mound. Had that ball skipped over the mound, I don't think Green would have had a play on it. So assist, pitcher's mound.
Nate Shearholtz with 2 away. Shearholtz 0 for 4 today with a walk. And Parra even in the count, a ball and a strike. Parra trying to give the Brewers 2 innings. Nice. A spinner in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Veras went 2 scoreless. Pitched the 10th and the 11th, and now Parra trying to go 12 and 13. And the 1-2 pitch in the dirt.
Maybe interesting to see what Renegade does. Parra's spot is due up 3rd in the bottom of this inning. Does he use Ishikawa and have to bring on another pitcher? A tough decision.
Yeah, I guess it all depends. If there's a bunt situation, perhaps he could leave Parra.
2 outs, nobody on. They'll probably let him hit.
2-2 with 2 away. Got him, Manny Parra. 2 scoreless. Retires the side in order. And as we head to the bottom of the 13th, we enjoy some of the sights and sounds of Miller Park.
In this case, I think we have to go all out.
Get up! Get up! Get out of here and go!
Let's do it.
character building, Rock. We are character building tonight. Banana Man.
You find out who's in, you find out who's out on nights like this.
He is locked in. Yeah.
An ear of corn here at Miller Park.
Singing the Crazy Train. That is top notch, my friend. You know what we call you, Banana Man? We call you Show Saver. Yes. We've had a few over the years, but that goes right to the top. That's a rally banana if I ever saw one. So here we go to the bottom of the 13th inning, and the Giants are going to bring on their closer now. Bruce Bochy just waiting as long as he could. He got some quality innings from Clay Hensley, but now it's going to be Santiago Casilla taking over that closer's role for the injured Brian Wilson.
You know, I thought the green shirt was corn husk. I apologize. That's a banana. Okay. Yep, 20th appearance for Casilla. He's 0-2, but he's got 10 saves and 11 opportunities. That's good for third in the National League. Not often that you bring your closer in a tie game on the road, but I guess Bruce Bochy, not much choice.
It'll be a Ramos Ramirez to start it. Ryan Braun is out of the game. Buster Posey is out of the game. Braun with an injury, a groin injury, and Posey was double switched for. Brewers played a 13-inning game against the Chicago Cubs, ended up in a victory.
Yeah, the two guys left out in the bullpen. Edlifson, he pitched an inning in the third yesterday, and Lou pitched 3 innings.
We get going much further, we might have back-to-back games with a position player on the mound. And Ramirez into left center, playable. Cabrera is there. Out number 1. And that'll bring up Carlos Gomez.
Now you would think that Casilla could give him 2 innings. I doubt he's going to give him much more. And you hope it doesn't go that far. I hope it ends right here.
Carlos Gomez has a hit tonight, his second game back from the disabled list. Gomez 1 for 5. 2 hits since coming back, out with a hamstring injury. Ooh, at a big cut. Releasing the hounds, but coming up empty. It's 0-2.
Which is ordinarily the case when you put a swing on a baseball like that. That's about as big a hack as you can take.
Gomez doesn't chase the high fastball. Brewers stranded 2 last inning. Left 2 on in the 11th. They've had some base runners in extra innings. Gomez is down on strikes. That is a nasty slider from Casilla.
Straight over the top, and check it out, going straight down as it gets to home plate. That's a tough pitch to hit when you're trying to hit one out of the ballpark. That is definitely a pitch where you just try and punch into right field somewhere if you're lucky. That's been a good find for Bruce Bochy. His closer is out early in the year, and they're caught trying to find somebody to get the job done. And Casilla's done a nice job. He really has. 10 for 11 this year.
Travis Ishikawa, the former Giant, with 2 away. And a good cut, 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Casilla. Manny Parra with 2 scoreless for the Brewers. And if we go to a 14th inning, it'll be Juan Perez Just arrived from AAA this past weekend. 0-2 on Ishikawa. Travis was the Giants' opening day first baseman, 2010, eventually replaced by Aubrey Huff. And he's down on strikes. Casilla, impressive. 1, 2, 3 inning. Hey, Bill, we're going to commercial.
No way.
Oh, yeah, it's happening. Inning. Gotta love it. All tied at 3. Take a look around the American League tonight. It was Dustin Pedroia had a couple of hits, and the Red Sox come back to beat the Orioles. Felipe Paulino has been pitching well for the Royals. 6 2/3 scoreless today as the Royals shut out the New York Yankees. Kyle Drabek of the Blue Jays, he goes 6 strong today. The Blue Jays topping Tampa Bay. And Tommy Malone, 7 strong for the Oakland Athletics. A's beat the Giants yesterday. A's leading the Angels here tonight. The Mariners shutting out the Rangers 5-0. As Felix Hernandez with 7 shutouts so far. It's going to be Juan Perez off the Brewers bullpen, and he's making just his 3rd appearance. We saw a lot of him this spring. He had one of the scary injuries of the spring, a collapsed lung. And they rushed him to the hospital. Everything worked out all right for him, obviously, because he's back and pitching. But very scary moment there at Maryville Baseball Park in Phoenix this spring for Juan Perez.
Yeah. The organization very concerned, but he's been able to bounce back. He threw well down in the minor leagues, and here he is.
Sanchez sends one high and deep left center field. Niger Morgan there, and that is gone. A home run. The Giants have the lead. Buster Posey's replacement, Hector Sanchez.
Well, Perez pressed into duty here in the 14th inning. He's ordinarily a guy that's going to come in for a couple of left-handers. Very effective against left-handers because of that arm angle, but right-handers see it pretty well. And fastball middle in, and a nice easy swing by Sanchez, and it carries on out of here. So it took 13 innings, but the Giants able to get on the board again.
All of their runs on home runs from their catchers. Buster Posey hit a 3-run blast in the first inning, and now Hector Sanchez with a homer in the 14th inning. Giants have the lead 4-3. Brandon Belt rolls over one. That will roll foul. Brewers will have George Kottaras leading off the bottom of this 14th inning. And then he's Turris, followed by Taylor Green. Brandon Belt batting for the third time. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Giants are out of players. And that last double switch by Bruce Bochy pays off in a big way with Hector Sanchez.
Yeah, Sanchez has come up with some big hits against Milwaukee.
Now the game winner against the Brewers in the 11th inning in San Francisco a couple of Sundays ago.
A couple of doubles on that Saturday afternoon game. He can hit.
And there's a walk. Belt is aboard. Perez has a little big league time with the Pirates and the Phillies. Briefly with the Phillies last year. He made 8 appearances. Went 4 years between major league appearances. From his time with the Pirates to the Phillies. 33-year-old left-hander.
He rushes it up there pretty good at 94 miles an hour. In spring training, we don't have the benefit of a velocity reading at the ballpark, but 94, not too bad. Not a big guy at all.
Took the roster spot of Vinny Chalk. Chalk was designated for assignment. And Perez called up, gives Renicky 2 left-handers.
He cleared waivers today, did Chalk, and he's going to report to AAA.
Gregor Blanco batting for the 7th time tonight. 0 for 6 with a walk. Those 0 for 6s can do a little damage on the batting average. He came in hitting 276. He's at 259 right now. A run is in on a home run by Sanchez. Belt takes off, and there's a fly ball to left. Braun, or rather Morgan, is there. And Belt will retreat. If you're wondering where Ryan Braun is, he left this game with an injury. Braun, after his at-bat in the 10th inning, tweaked a groin and showed some signs of it, running down the line, just wincing, and that was his last appearance. It was Braun's 2-run homer that tied this game in the 8th.
The last thing the Brewers need is to have Ryan Braun on his shelf for a few days. We hope he's going to be all right. Get him out of there, get some treatment, and hopefully he's back in the lineup tomorrow.
Matt Cain for the Giants tomorrow. He's been one of the best in the big leagues this season as well. It's a good hook for a strike on Crawford. Matt Cain against Sean Markham tomorrow.
That'll be a good one. Markham's been throwing well.
We'll have it for you here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. 6:30 airtime for Brewers Live. Runner goes. Kottaras' throw, not in time. A stolen base for Belt.
That good throw by George. He got rid of it quickly, and Belt able to beat it. And a decent jump, throw right on the bag, and got the safe call. So another man in scoring position. Hadn't been too many in this game.
Second steal for Belt, and a swing and a miss. 1-2 on Crawford.
Giants only 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight. The Brewers have only had 3 at bats tonight with a man at second base.
That one hit for the Giants was Posey's 3-run homer in the first. Down goes Crawford. Perez with a strikeout, 2 gone in the inning.
Good breaking ball by Perez, and slider out of the zone, and Crawford comes up empty.
Brewers are going to walk Cabrera. Base open at first.
Man, Pecan's down there with the bat. Let's see, he is feeling better.
He might be a decoy. I don't think anybody's buying it.
A decoy?
No, Bochy does have activity in his bullpen. It is the pitcher spot.
Well, with a lead, why not keep your closer in there if he can give you a couple of innings?
Back comes the wooden duck.
Yeah, here he is. The closer's going to get in that bat.
I don't think Renicky was buying the Pagan's going to hit next.
I think they still would have walked him.
Pagan must have arrived at this ballpark in the middle of the game. He was not here earlier.
No, game started 4.5 hours ago. I mean, medication can do wonders in that period of time.
He's already healed. He's had enough time to heal.
Doesn't look sick. He's ready to go.
Well, Bochy is going to leave his closer in the game to hit, Santiago Casilla.
Yeah, why not? He's got the lead.
Look out.
How about that at bat?
Casilla, as if he saw a snake. Oh. All right.
Look out, George. You never know what's going to happen here.
By my count, Casilla has never had an at-bat in the major leagues. I take it back. He's had one at-bat in his career, and he's walked. I feel bad for that pitcher who walked him. This is about as uncomfortable as Casilla will be all night. Do you care to offer any analysis of that one?
Buster Posey will. Look at him. Buster Posey in the sitting along the railing of the dugout, having a nice chuckle over that at bat. He got a piece of it.
Wow. I think his bat broke, but he hasn't changed it. Doesn't matter. Well, let's hope his pitching matches his hitting. Inning over. Some high entertainment value at the end of this game. My goodness. That gives the Giants the lead. 4-3 as we move to the bottom of the 14th inning. Sanchez in his first at bat of the game. So Casilla back where he's most comfortable on the mound after a memorable at bat in the top of the 14th. George Kottaras leads off. See if the Brewers can come up with something big here in the bottom of the 14th inning. Well, these are games you hate to lose. Burn through a bullpen, burn through your entire roster.
Had some great pitching tonight, really did. Milwaukee, the bullpen coming up big. Manny Parr with some good innings. Varys, everybody. Randy Wolf pitched well. You hate to waste those.
There's a strike from Casilla. Casilla was impressive in the 13th. 3 up, 3 down, a couple of strikeouts. And he is in line for the win. Trying to save it for himself now. Slicing in the seats. Foul ball, 2-2 on Kottaras. Giants lost Brian Wilson earlier this season. Tommy John surgery, out for the year. Casilla has filled in nicely for Brian Wilson. 10 saves for him this year. But does not have a win. He can get his first here tonight. George Kottaras. He's caught all 14. Two and two to count. And there is strike 3 called. Casilla slings one in, and Kottaras is down on strikes.
Man, nasty breaking pitch from Casilla to get George. Wow, look at this. Bends it right back down the middle of the plate. And George knew it.
Craig Kimbrell leads the league in saves with 13. Casilla third. As his Turris hits one hard into center field, but Blanco will run it down. Out number 2. And it comes down to Taylor Green. Well, he made a great play early in this game, robbing Emmanuel Burris of a base hit. Sometimes you make a play like that, gain a little confidence. Never know. Can translate to a little offense. Brewers need a base runner. Got Cory Hart on deck. This could not have worked out better for the Giants, who ends up with their closer on the mound.
Yeah, for 2 innings, you wonder how it's going to affect them for tomorrow's game. Of course, Bruce Bochy will worry about tomorrow when it comes. You got to win the game that's in front of you. That's why he's been able to put his closer out there for 2 innings. Might not need him tomorrow.
Taylor Green. 2 outs. Here's the 1-1, and now it's 1-2. Santiago Casilla. He hit the bull. Two and 2. Is that what you call a waste pitch?
And that's what you call trying to throw one 100 miles an hour. I think Sanchez got a glove on.
And Green pulls one. That's going to get through. A base hit. Took a hop, bounced over the diving Burris, and there is the base runner. And here comes Cory Hart.
That was a nice at-bat by Taylor Green. He ended up getting a breaking pitch. Waited back on it and able to hit it hard into right field. So now the winning run at home plate. Let's see if Cory can get a hold of one.
Second on the club and homers behind Braun. Hart with 9. Long ball wins it. 2 outs. And that one missed. Casilla has not pitched 2 complete innings all season. The most he's gone is an inning and 2/3, and that was back in mid-April, April 14th against the Pirates. Ooh, Hart took a swat at it.
You start that bat a little early to hit the home run. You're going to swing at a pitch out of the zone.
Casilla's lone blown save this year was against Milwaukee. A game the Giants would eventually win. This is not a save situation. He's trying to protect his own win. Green, the tying run at first. And it's 2 balls and a strike on Cory Hart. Good play back there by Sanchez.
Ball bouncing around on all over the place back there. Able to keep it close and keep Taylor Green at first base. That'd have been a big wild pitch right there.
Yeah, I thought the ball bounced first, but it looked like Sanchez just missed it. So he is fortunate that the tying run is not in scoring position. Hart's done it twice. Walked the Brewers off with a home run. Last done 2 years ago against the Pirates. That was the one. Cory got a good pitch to handle, fouls it back. It's 2-2.
And here it is, hit it from Casilla right down the middle. A little bit up. And Cory fouls it straight back. He was right on it.
See if Casilla goes to the slider. He's got a good one. That's what he wants. 2-2 to Hart. And a little tapper. Foul past third. Casilla picked up his last save on Friday night against the A's. That was save number 10. Pitching in his second inning of work. Has 3 strikeouts. And Hart hits one high in the air, center field. This will stay in the ballpark. Blanco makes the catch, and the Giants win in 14 innings. Giants are now 4-1 in extra inning games. Much more still to come. We send it out to Craig Cashon. What do you have coming up for us, Craig?
Well, we'll get inside that Brewer clubhouse and talk with the manager, Ron Renicky, and the players as well. This is a tough one to start out this series, obviously. First of 10 straight against the National League West. We'll break it all down. Game 1 against the Giants. Almost going 2. Coming right back.